Sweden, if you're watching us. Sue, you guys in the US, we hope these penguins and the beautiful sunshine here in Betty's Bay brings a little bit of sunshine into your day. So from us here at Penguin Beach, have a lovely rest of your afternoon. We'll be here same time, same place tomorrow. Have a good one.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Join me after the Sunset Safari on the 22nd of December, where I'll be explaining all about our new conservation NFT project. You'll be able to ask questions, and I'll be able to set out the whole plan of what we're trying to do. This will be the opening of our pre-sale window. Don't miss it. It's only for registered users at wildearth.tv.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Djuma Private Game Reserve in the Sabi Sands, where it is really heating up beautifully, and we've got a big storm building in the distance. My name is Tessa. I'm going to be your guide here on safari this afternoon. Behind the camera is Darren, and we are starting the day off using our ears more than our mouths this afternoon. We are sitting at Treehouse Dam, and what we're wanting to do is listen for any oncoming elephant traffic. Hopefully in this heat they will be coming down to the dam. Before we have a listen to the birds, we would love to hear from you this afternoon, so if you have any questions or comments, please do get hold of us. You can find us at #WildEarth on Twitter. If you're under the age of 18, you can pop us an email on kidsquestions@wildearth.tv, or you can register on the WildEarth website, head over to the channel page and submit your questions there. We will be looking forward to answering them for you. So it's about 29 degrees Celsius. It is heating up very much, and it's going to get hotter before it cools down. And I am anticipating hopefully some elephants visiting all of the waterholes today, and so that is the plan, see what we can find around the waterholes. But before we move on, we do want to spend just a few minutes here listening to the life around us. Can hear a lot of woodland kingfishers. Definitely a summer heat kind of sound. But what we are listening for as well is breaking branches, trumpeting in the distance. Anything that could indicate there might be some elephants around. Thank you so much, everybody. Good afternoon again. And yes, this is definitely my favorite hat. The lucky hat. So, true to form on such a hot day, this is actually not the hottest it's going to get, but this is usually the time frame in the next hour that elephants will come down to the dam, specifically herds, to quench their thirst, because they want to move off before the big bulls come along a bit later in the afternoon. I feel like we have been incredibly lucky with elephant sightings this week. And so I can't help but want some more. I do think that because it is so hot today, the predators will not be moving around as much. But as usual, we are always still looking for them. And so we will take anything that comes today. The afternoon is full of promises and surprises, I'm sure. But while I sit here at the dam and take in some of the bird life, let's head over to Rexon to say good afternoon.
Welcome back from our afternoon drive. It's really interesting. Back from Tessa, the lucky girl with an elephant, trying to locate elephant south of the Gari Dam. From myself, Rexon, behind the steering, and Mupo behind the camera for the afternoon. We're having a plan. We're going in an area where we last saw tiny trucks and the Lumba trucks and the cabs headed into the area where we hope there might be still around in that area. If you look at the road there, Mupo, you can see a special animal called flag-neck chameleon. We do have chameleon here. Look at that. Very slow animal movement, more especially crossing the road. They try to simulate as the leaf that cross the road blowing by the direction of the wind. It's how actually this species try to protect themselves against all sort of animal that might be preying on them. We know that the cuckoos around in the area, they like chameleon. We have seen snake, of course, a lot more species. Ground hornbill, I've seen that quite a lot, preying on a snake itself. It's just freezing on the road because they had the sound of the vehicle and try to not to move. And that's how actually chameleon in nature defend itself from anything that might be trying for it. Of course, if this species feel like intimidated around an area, it can really try to simulate colors according to the environment that might be. At the moment, you can see it raising itself a little bit, even in a roll kind of a shape that it cannot be seen as it's a living object, of course. Chameleon in the area, they prey in insects, more especially flies. Mickey, thanks for your comment. Amazing to see chameleon on the road. Pretty much, he might be or she might be changing from one place to another. You know that chameleon most of the time they like to prey by snake. You might find that she might stand in an area that is not safe and try to move from one party to another. Of course, what I was trying to earlier on try to share with you, chameleon is one of the species that really prefer flies quite a lot to eat that. Quite a lot of insects that are fairly active at the moment, more especially if you look at flying termites, they're also active. Not general only them, quite a lot of species, of course, that might be. They use the long tongue that almost in the length of the body size to really catch the insect. They shoot the tongue and wrap the insect, where the tongue is very, very long. Strong sort of slimy sort of it could be look like a slimy sort of a product that is always attached on the tongue, that if it's able to catch the insect, it cannot go away. It will be stuck like a glue, almost, sort of. It's one of the species, as we traditionally Shangaan, we don't really like chameleon. If you talk about chameleon in our tribes, you talk about something that is really Welcome back again. We are live here at Djuma Safari Live. We just left the area of where we have spotted chameleon and would like to apologize for a technical problem that we're experiencing, all of us. And we'll be carrying on heading more to the east along Garibefesuka boundary. Earlier on, we lost you while we were still sharing the story of Shangaan tribe. They didn't like chameleon at all. It's in the history. All the guides that are been in this surrounding, they know about this information. The Shangaan tribes, all of them, they hate chameleon for the very good reason, because when you brought up still young, chameleon represent bad charms. So really, the tribes, if you bring chameleon in an area where they might be dwelling, or an area where maybe having function and all that, they're all gonna run away. Doesn't matter how many of them, they don't really like chameleon at all. It's quite few. Some of them, maybe it could be education that might change the perspective of hating chameleon, because nowadays we tend to understand a little bit more better. But when we grew up, we really told that chameleon is one of the species that also, I mean, witches, they use chameleon. If a chameleon bites you, you're going to rot while you're still alive. So that's the reason we grew up with those stories that we were told by adults, and we tend not to like chameleon at all, and we always run away from the species. Chameleon and the snake is not our friend at all. We really don't it in area where we might. That's all about the tribe, or the Shangaan tribe, about the chameleon. I agree, today might be people that watching this to your life, all of them might be supporting. That is true story, because it's how we actually grow up in the surrounding. We are heading towards it's a very busy day today, of course, with all the species that we're heading towards the dam. It's a very busy day today, according to the weather that is in the surrounding. We know that in a very hot day, it might be quite a lot of game that comes towards the water. Impala, waterbuck, buffalo, warthog, more, etc., etc. So we're planning from our drive, from the beginning of our drive, to go from one waterhole to another, and also coming into the area and check possible in open clearings where we might get to see more animals, because water is the biggest source in the area. They like water. We'll be, of course, linking back to Tessa, a lucky girl with an elephant around 3 houses east. She might be up to something.
Join me after the Sunset Safari on the 22nd of December, where I'll be explaining all about our new conservation NFT project. You'll be able to ask questions, and I'll be able to set out the whole plan of what we're trying to do. This will be the opening of our pre-sale window. Don't miss it. It's only for registered users at wildearth.tv.
Definitely excited to see what happens with Town Hall tomorrow night. I have left Treehouse Dam, and I am now bumbling actually down towards our southwestern boundary, and what I'm looking for is any signs of the predators, but also still looking for elephants. It doesn't seem like there are any close to the dam at this point, but I can see tracks in the road where they might have been earlier, so perhaps they came down over the lunchtime hour when it was very, very hot, and now they're somewhere in the thickets, probably close to a drainage line. It's definitely one of those days where everything is just coming alive because of the heat. The insects are everywhere. There's birds everywhere. There's a giraffe! Yay! I have not seen a giraffe and managed to get it on. How's that, Darren? Yay! Okay, so it looks like quite a large and very dark giraffe. Still kind of figuring out what to make of us at this point, but I'm sure it will relax and go back to feeding very soon. So it looks like quite an old male giraffe. If you look very closely on his neck, when he's moving, you'll see a bit of a scar, a bald patch from his years of fighting, but also have a look at his face. You can see that he's got bare patches on the top of his ossicones, his horns, but at the same time, look at that big hump on his forehead between his eyes. That shows that this is a male giraffe that is quite old, because that part of a giraffe is particularly in a male, never stops growing. Oh, definitely listening out. So I think he, as much as us, is grateful for the breeze. It is quite hot, and so to see the trees moving around him must be quite pleasant. But he really doesn't seem too worried about too much at this point. He's actually feeding in amongst a whole lot of large fruited bush willows. From where I am, I can't see the tree that he is feeding on, but it very well could be a bush willow. You can actually just see an oxpecker there on his neck, very close to that scar. There's an oxpecker that's busy searching for ticks in between his hairs. Have a look at what it's doing. So it's looking up to change position, but also check for any threats around it. But what it's doing is it's quickly moving its beak in between his hairs on his neck. And as it's doing that, it'll be able to feel any ticks on the surface and pull them off. Very likely might go up to his ear now. The ears attract a lot of ticks because there's much shorter hairs and the blood is closer to the surface. So I wouldn't be surprised if he goes up to the ear. At the moment, he looks like he's concentrating on those wrinkles behind the jaw. Oh, right in the middle. Oh, there's another one that's joined. Yes, Chase, those nostrils are very big. His sense of smell is one of his most important senses. And funny enough, I have seen an oxpecker go into a giraffe's nostril before, looking for ticks. But being so tall, obviously his eyesight doesn't have to be as much of an issue as his sense of smell and his hearing, because he's got the height's advantage of being able to see further naturally just from his position. So for him, his sense of smell is very important, particularly because you can see he's on his own. So not only is that a safety threat, but it also means if he wants to find the rest of the giraffes anywhere, he needs to be able to smell and hear them. So for him, I think he's just enjoying his afternoon. He is looking quite old, so he probably doesn't move too far, and he is close enough to the dam that he can go for a drink if it gets nice and hot this afternoon. I think I'm going to leave him to his afternoon snack, and we can head back over to Rexon.
Welcome back from Tessa with the male giraffe live that brought to you around Treehouse Dam East. We just looked at the breeding heart of elephant with the tiny little one. At the moment you can see all the elephant look like they've been in a wallowing mud in order to cool down the body system. Elephant is one of the species that are the water mobile species. Without going down to the water to cool down the body system, it cannot work. The reason behind that, elephant doesn't have reflection color to reflect light. They always absorb heat And that's the reason, if you see the elephant, if I look correctly on the elephant itself, you can see they have a nipples, that is a gland that always shows that they're overheating in the body system. We normally refer this elephant might be stressing. Of course, it's all about the heat. It's not all about the mental stress, like they have lost individual members or they're in a mood to fight. It's all about the heat in the area. They tend to show that if it's too hot, or maybe if an elephant, she's in the season of mating, you tend to see that elephant, she will be really secreting that substance coming through to the gland, and also from the sexual part, she will be urinating as a very smelly substance that you can also hear from the distance when the elephant's in the surrounding. Without seeing an elephant, that part of a smile, you can hear that. Oh, look at the little one. Try even to use the trunk. It's not well developed. The muscles, she has to train that. An elephant itself, on the trunk, the muscle, they have more than 50,000 muscles. And to train that muscles, it needs months and a year in order for the youngster properly use the trunk itself. One of the signs that it's too hot in the area, you tend to see elephant flipping the ears now and then, is to cool down the body system. And we're all familiar with all the information behind that. The soft part of an elephant is just behind the ears. As they allow the wind to cool down, it radiates the body system slowly like that way. She's getting close. This head of elephant very much relaxed. We can see the youngster is trying to really stop the mother from the front. Kneeling down shows the mother that I'm a little bit tired. I'll now have a time to relax. Wow, look at that. A young male trying to chew on a dead uncle. It's very simple. The elephant, if it's relaxed, you look at the shape of an elephant. For instance, let Mopo zoom into the head of the elephant. That's our able head and the shoulder, if we can. If elephant allows you to see the nuclear muscles, the shoulder muscles on the body of the elephant, and the head is low down, that tells you that the species, it relaxes. If you don't see that shoulder muscles of an elephant and the head is being raised up, it means the elephant itself is not relaxed. What you see now perfectly, it tells you the elephant is relaxed. It seems really, of course, it's same with us. If someone really hit his chest and raise his shoulders in order to fight, you can see that this person, he wants to fight. This elephant, they really wants to join us. As you can see, the young bull is even trying to get a scent around us that who is in a vehicle, it's a petrol, it is a human being. All of the sense that we can also by nature, because our body, of course, it also gives scent. If we are nervous, the elephant will be able to read us that we are nervous. So if we are happy, the elephant will be able to read us. These people that are here, they are happy, they want to be part of us and also pay back as we are happy. But if we really not good, we are here to interact and we have to do something bad, the elephant will really sense that and tend to move away from danger. So all the time when I approach elephant, approach with very relaxed and in a very calm mode, because the elephant will going to pay back as you, the way you responded. Look at the young male. he understands that we are here. We're not going to cause trouble, but he's just demonstrating a little bit of power. Hello, boy. Come here, boy. Come. Come, boy. He's trying to catch up with the rest of the elephant, which they're going directly towards the dam. And I can see some of the herd going opposite, more to the south. And we're gonna stick with this elephant. Maybe they're going back towards the waterhole. Maybe they're gonna swim, or they're going to do dust bathing in the area of Befesuk Dam. We are going to follow up and try to get more information about this elephant, the way they're moving. If they need to go and dig water, they might do that. If they want to go and swim, they can do that. Look at the young bull. As we move, he's trying to really stop and look at our direction. You can see what I was trying to explain earlier on. As I move forward, you can see he's raising his head. As I switch off the vehicle, he's dropping the head. That is a sign that he's more relaxed. In nature of an elephant, of course, all the guys that have been working, or bush lovers that have been involved in wildlife, they know quite a lot that the elephant is one of the most species. If you pay respect to it, they pay back in most cases. If you want to follow this head of the elephant, you need to learn, or you need to respect the zones that they give you. As the young bull going forward, raising his head up, it tells me that I'm now entering in a zone that he is not comfortable. So all the time when I approach wildlife, make sure that you approach in a very good zone. Don't let the elephant enter into critical zone, because they will fight back to you. But as we are here in the distance, the young bull is more confident with us and more confident about our distance. We can stay with this elephant for a while without even worried, without even responding to the vehicle. It's one of the species that I would really say, and sharing with this information, elephant, I understand them better than most of the animal art in wild, because they really, there's time where they can accept human being within that area if you really respect that. So as you can see, all of them, they're facing more to the west and look like they're feeding in that particular tree. They really like it. It's something special about it. There's elephant, sometimes they'll hunt specific trees in the area, eat the specific plant for specific purpose. It could be for treatment, it could be for medicine, it could be for stopping something that might be really causing their life more difficult, more especially when it comes to our digestive system. Let's take this opportunity and get close to them.
As a naturalist, it's really important that I stay up to date and up to breast with what's happening in the wild and in the world around us. The WildEarth app helps us do that and helps us stay abreast with the live interactions of animals every day. We're going to be here at Stony Point bringing you the African penguin story, and we'd love to see you on the app. See you on the beach.
Cape Nature is the chief custodian of the Western Cape of South Africa's natural environment. This highly successful organization strives to conserve the province's natural heritage to ensure a sustainable future. Besides nurturing nature, Cape Nature offers an authentic ecotourism experience to local and international visitors. And one of these experiences is walking amongst the penguins at Stony Point, or as we know it, Penguin Beach. WildEarth broadcasts live from here every day and is very privileged to be partnered with Cape Nature, who have focused their conservation efforts here. If you want to visit these iconic black and white African penguins for yourself, then head over to our website to find out more. Cape Nature. Conserve, explore, experience.
So there we go, look. All three in one frame. Look at that, isn't that cool? Oh, that is so special. That is exactly what we had been hoping for, is all three of them to come together and make the perfect little family portrait.
My name is Lauren, and I'm currently working in Djuma Private Game Reserve here in South Africa. I love answering your questions during the live safaris. It's my favorite part. It feels like you're on the vehicle with me, and I'm able to teach you exactly what you want to know. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, you must go to the live safari page and ask your question below the live feed.
Welcome. I was just really welcome back here. We're still with the same elephant. We were trying to share information how actually if you come across with an elephant on foot. This happened for me for many years. Some of you might know me. I was one of the WildEarth Scary that take all the guide and the cameraman for bushwalking at WildEarth. You come across with an elephant, you don't have to run away. Make yourself more visible if it's in a very thick bush and you decided the breeding head is going to charge. Be in the open and just wave your hands. If you can shout, you can shout. Then they can see you into the open. You become less dangerous. But if you try to hide and run away, you're so much vulnerable from elephant. Or if you come across with them and you find that there's a termite mound, try to be on top of the termite mound in a high ground, that it will make more easy for the elephant to see you. If they keep challenging and see that you don't want to really respond, maybe by firearm, what you do, you just settle down. You just sit down. You will see the elephant will reduce the anger and they won't able to come forward because they realize what might be in the area is not in a form of danger. It's more submissive. That's the reason you have to sit down in most cases, and that it makes the elephant not to go for you and decide to stop and move its own way. It's very important for us to know that a breeding head is not an easy. It's very dangerous, of course, if you don't know what you're doing. But if you know what you're doing in the area, you'll be able to survive. This is the skills that it pass on from generation to the next. Remember, we grew up in the area, and the information that we have, or all the safety that I'm sharing with you, is something that I've passed on from generation to the next. I'm a boy that born under the bush, surrounded by wildlife. So really, if I'm in the area, I'm home. If you take me and send me in town, in Joburg, wherever, I will get frustrated. But if you take me and put me next to the elephant, I will have joy, because it's something that practically I brought up doing it and living with him in this environment. Always bump to the elephant and know the measures of protecting myself in the area. It still shows that it's very hot, but the only thing that really why they stop here is to give the youngster more chance to relax. Yeah, if I get it correctly, the elephant is very intelligent and good thoughts, if I get you correctly there. Of course, if you look at the elephant, the capacity of the brain is almost 5 kg. So there you can see it has to be one of the most intelligent species in the world. There's such a huge capacity of the mind. In one of the species in record, when we read, it's one of the species, of course, that can able to identify danger and everything that might be happening in the surrounding. So if you come to them, for instance, if the hunters come to them and want to hunt, they will realize, they'll think about it and start to respond. And again, it's one of the most highly intelligent. By looking, you can see how they find water, how they find when it's thunder in area, how they move in areas where it can protect themselves. We'll be, of course, cutting back to Tessa, which she might be still with the big giraffe around Twin Dams East.
Join me after the Sunset Safari on the 22nd of December, where I'll be explaining all about our new conservation NFT project. You'll be able to ask questions, and I'll be able to set out the whole plan of what we're trying to do. This will be the opening of our pre-sale window. Don't miss it. It's only for registered users at wildearth.tv.
So I've just arrived at Twin Dams, and actually I've just heard an impala alarm calling. There, you can hear it again. So if it carries on, I'm definitely going to go and have a look. But what's wonderful about this area is, yes, I'm high up on a dam wall, but I know that in front of me there's another small waterhole, and behind me there's a drainage line. And that drainage line is lined with tall trees. It's nice and cool in the riverbed, and it's the ideal conditions for a leopard. So the impalas are currently just at the top of the dam. They're slightly hidden by the bushes. But I am noticing that they're looking towards the dam and the drainage line. So it could be that they are just smelling something. Maybe something moved through here this morning while it was still cooler. But we shall see. I'm going to give it a few more minutes just to see if they do alarm call again, and if they do, which way they are looking. You can see there is quite a bit of bird life around here. Egyptian geese. You can hear a lot of birds at the moment, especially woodland kingfishers. And water thickeners. It seems like the impalas have stopped alarm calling, but it's one of those moments, as soon as you hear an impala alarm call, your whole body naturally gravitates towards it to see what it's looking at, and your heart stops for a second. I can't hear any alarm calls from any of the birds, so I have a feeling the impala was just a bit confused. Wesley, yes, the birds are incredibly active today. Just around the dam, I can see swallows, I can see water thickeners, the Egyptian geese, lots of weavers, which is what you're hearing at the moment. Starlings as well. Hornbills. And interestingly enough, I was just remarking to Darren, especially since the rain, there have been quite a few weavers that have been building nests around here, and they make those beautiful baskets. They seem to be coming up literally overnight. It's unreal. The birds have been very, very active since the rain. You can really see how everything comes to life after a little bit of rain. Everything just has this growth spurt or an activity boost. And it's lovely to see. There's a lot of blacksmith lapwings around there. You can see one. And it seems to be a birding afternoon this afternoon. Birding and elephants, I think. Those are the starlings you could hear. They've just flown over us. So I definitely think that impala was confused. They have relaxed completely. They've actually moved a little bit closer to the dam, but behind the bushes. So now I can't see them. But they were mistaken in a lot. The leopard is here and it's just hidden itself very, very well. But I am going to drive around to that side now and just check, have a little look into the drainage line to see what's happening. While I do that, let's go over to Rexon, who's still with his elephants.
Welcome back. We are live back from Tessa. We're still in the eastern side of the Twin Dams live with all kind of sounds that come off from that area, alarm calls of impala, birds. We're still with this animal. Elephant is still right in front of us. They just stopped the road. We cannot move forward. They decided to hang in the area. One thing for sure with an elephant, when we really look at the all species, how good is an elephant when it comes to memory? Of course, it's one of the most intelligent species. Why it's almost recommended the elephant is one of the most intelligent species in the world. This is one of the species, of course, when it comes to memory, it's so good. If they're here this year, which today is 21st of December 2021, they will come back in the same era, almost the same time next year season. If anything happen here, if any human being, like if I interact with this elephant, they will able to recognize my voice, and they can able to recognize my shape, the sound of the vehicle that I'm on, and also whoever in the vehicle. They will also know that if it's a lion in the area or part of lions in the area, try to interact and hunt, they will be able to identify that particular pride. Next time when they came here, or next after a year or 2 years, if they do happen to come and cross with that pride, or cross with the specific guide that really gives them trouble, they will be able to identify that person and they will respond to it. Even if it's 10 to 15 years time, they will going to respond in that particular individual person. You heard sometimes the guide had been charged by an elephant in the reserve, or one of the guides has been murdered with an elephant in the reserve. It might be something that you have done before and the elephant never forgets. For instance, if you raise an elephant out here and knows you and becomes part of their life, even if you can go away for 20 years away from the area, if we do come back here and it happens the elephant, the same head of an elephant or individual elephant that you raise them around an area, by your voice, even if you are 5 kilometers away, wherever you might be, if you speak and your sense, they will able to know that is one of the person that really raised them. They will come forward towards that particular individual person and they're going to welcome you. Easy on that way. You see how good is the memory and how good, how intelligent this species. It happens a lot. Of course, I've seen it in many cases around in the area. Hunters that used to hunt elephant and got to shot an elephant, if you do a shot individual member into the head like this, once they run away, and when they come back and come across with the same poacher and this vehicle, the same vehicle and the order, they tend to run away or respond and charge you. It happens quite a lot. I've witnessed that with my life, and it's really true about the memory of the elephant. Is one of the most intelligent. There's no species in the world that can able to know in 15 or 20 years time if they have come across with something that really have interacted with them. They start to move. It looked like the youngster have gained a little bit of energy and they started moving towards the dam. Okay, wanted to know, let's take an opportunity to really answer your question, it's very important, Kay, because elephant in most cases, if you look at the skin, it's very rough. It's about 5 cubic centimeter, if I'm not mistaken. It's really tough and it's got a lot of cracks in it. It might be lots of flies want to parasite on the skin. If once they parasite, it will damage the skin and it might have a lump on that particular skin. It will be upset. So really they try as much as it can. If you look at the tail, it's always flipping from one side and putting sand to get rid of all flies that might be trying to parasite on the skin itself. So it's more important to do that. In many cases, again, an elephant, if it does have an injury, they use sand to fill in a gash that it can heal very easily. There will be no parasite that is going to parasite in that particular wound. That's the reason quite a lot commonly you find them throwing sand in their back. Oh, look at that. They all simplify. We have to learn from the old species when they move out in the bush. Lovely. We all hope that they're going to swim. We will take our time, slowly follow this animal. As they're moving in single file, you can see that. We will stay behind them. Bedford Dam is not far. It's about a minute or two. They might be around Bedford Dam itself. Live from the elephant, we'll be linking back to Tessa, which is still moving in the east of the Twin Dams area, looking for birds and also might be following up on the alarm calls.
Rexon is absolutely right. We were actually not actively looking for these birds, but interestingly enough, this is the same area that the impalas were alarm calling. And as I was checking next to the drainage line, spotted these guinea fowls up in the tree. Now, this is not something we see often at all, and the first thing Darren said is, there is a leopard here. And so we are actually just spending a little bit of time right next to the drainage line watching these guinea fowls, because they will start alarming if they see it again. And also watching the impalas. Currently they're behind the vehicle, so I'm not going to ask Darren to swing around to those, but they are standing looking very alert as well down towards the drainage line. Now, guinea fowls are known as a ground bird. It's probably only the 5th or 6th time I've seen guinea fowls up in a tree, and usually there is a very, very good reason for it. The area that we're in is the area that Thandi and Lumba have been frequently visiting. And so I'm wondering if one of them did not move through here just now, and that's why the guinea fowls are still trying to clamber further and further up the tree. It looks as though they're quite relaxed at the moment, but when we got here they were still right at the bottom branches of this tree, and they've worked their way up. So altogether I can see maybe 5 or 6 guinea fowls all spread out through the tree. So guinea fowls really do have absolutely no purpose for being in a tree, especially during the day. They are ground feeders, they're ground nesters. And they're actually not physically the best flyers either, because their body shape is quite awkward. They're ground birds, so they're heavy birds. And so when they do fly, it can look quite clumsy. I haven't seen them looking in a particular direction or anything like that, because it is so dense here at the drainage line. We've got to be very, very careful when we're checking. Maggie, yes, they are prehistoric looking. They remind me a bit of a velociraptor when they run, but that blue and red helmet on the head really does look just like the dinosaur era. And they are very closely related to dinosaurs, so It does make sense. A little bit of Jurassic Bird Park going on here. So the birds that you can hear, this isn't alarm calling happening, this is just normal calling. And the impalas, they are actually still steering in this direction. I am going to drop into the drainage line just now. I know I'm going to lose signal if I do, but I think it's worth it in case we do find something just now. But what I want to do in the meantime is, since the guinea fowls look like they're relaxing, I'm actually going to take a slow drive on top of the bank and just have a look down into the drainage line and see if there might be something there. With all of the tall trees here, we are checking every tree meticulously. I've got my binoculars out. I'm scanning. I'm also checking the riverbed as far as I can see and all the thickets. But you can imagine, it's like finding a needle in a haystack. So it will be very interesting to see if there is something that is still hanging around. I haven't seen any tracks on the road here, so I'm guessing whatever it was moved past in the drainage line.
Look at that, it's amazing. Wow, hey.
And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, live.
Oh, that's cool.
Just in there.
And the black mamba's going up the tree and the mongoose is attacking it.
He's gonna pounce again.
Sure, you can all agree with me. It's not a bad start to our Wednesday morning.
Something that I have never seen before in my entire life that you are now watching live.
Look at that. It's just beautiful. Fantastic display by a little herd of springbuck.
How is this view?
My heart is in my mouth, everybody.
Amazing, they've locked their tusks together. You can hear the cracking branches.
It is so incredible to spend this time so close to an African penguin, and it's completely unfazed by my presence whatsoever.
How insane is that animal?
Amazing.
Awesome. It is fantastic to watch.
Well, now we've got a tug of war between mom and daughter, look.
I'm just at a loss for words. I mean, that's just incredible to see that.
Welcome back from Tessa, which she's lucky had it in the area where impala and francolin guinea fowls, they're really indicating that it's a leopard in that surrounding. I hope Tessa she will be working on that area and try to relocate the leopard very hard. We are live here in Djuma Safari Live with this elephant heading down towards the waterhole. You can see all of them, they're still on the road. The single file, this make me very, very excited. The rules of the animals, they never break it. If you look at the one that's more into your front, they're even running faster because they're getting close to water. Water is about now less than 100 meters to the rest of the herd. There might be now some of them already at the waterhole. And we just have this young bull here at the back. You can see he might be 13 years age of old, plus minus somewhere there. He's still with the herd. He's still part of the breeding herd. But once he gets to 18 years, he might separate individually himself and go and join the other bulls that might be roaming around in the area. Very interesting with this elephant, how actually they behave here. It have similarities with us. If you are really in the age of around 18, 20 years, you normally go your own way, away from your parents. You start to develop your own thing. You start to have your own career. Of course, most of the people at that age, they are more independent from everyone, from the parents. Exactly the same with the elephant. In the age of 18 years, they tend to go opposite direction with the breeding herd of the elephant. Now down in the water, just position myself. Sometimes it's jumpy. We'll just select the spot, position and not to move, and enjoy this breeding herd of elephant drinking water. If they do swim, we'll manage to stay with them and witness the swimming. Wow, look at this. Wow. Just started some of them getting into the water. They're now swimming. Is how actually they cool down the body system. Elephant, as I mentioned earlier on, it's one of the species, they have no reflection color in order to reflect the heat or light. They absorb a lot of heat in the surrounding. That's the reason now and then they have to go down to the water. That's the reason having water holes in the area, it helps a lot when it comes to these species. It's a part of their daily life. With that, cooling down the body system, and they cannot even doing well when it comes to production of the species itself. It will be something that needed in their body system. If they overheat, they will be stressing a lot in their body system and not into get into oysters like they do. Look at the youngster. A mother doesn't want to swim with the youngster, maybe taking the youngster in the opposite side of the dam where it's not deep as the others are dipping in. It's very, very deep here. She wants to take the youngster in the shallow part of the water hole. You see how clever is an elephant. They can know that is an addition. How good is the elephant when it comes to their intelligence. Of course, this is one of the species. If you look at the youngster, a mother will take 22 months gestation period, being pregnant in the surrounding. Being pregnant in the surrounding. We welcome back here with the elephant drinking water. Some of them, they're swimming right here at Befesuk Dam. We just noticed and would like to apologize. We have technical problem with our system. We're still with this elephant. It's really playful. You can see a lot of the youngsters are right in the water playing with one another. Of course, it's one of the species when it comes to really the movement in the area, they need all the time get into the water, do what they're doing, and move out. They might come back maybe in the later hours again doing the same thing. But this particular herd, it looked like they're not interested playing in the water. What they do, they have to move all the time, maybe grazing. They realize maybe they might be behind the hours of collecting food with the youngster. They need to take youngster in a very good area where it's got a very rich grass, of course, highly nutritious, in order for the youngster to grow very fast in the area. Remember, the elephant here is not the first time. Although we have the migration system in the reserve, we are in the Greater Kruger National Park, which there's no fence in between us. The elephant can move from one part of the reserve to another, but I cannot tell whether this elephant is the first time for them to be here, because we are in an open system. All the elephant can move from the corner east up to the corner west, so they're really moving away. I understand. I understand now they are moving, getting into the green pasture wherever they're going towards the drainage line. We'll be looking back to Tessa. She's still looking for a leopard.
So we're still sitting around the twin dams. The grass is blowing beautifully in the breeze, and we've been listening to the impalas alarm calling. We had those guinea fowls up in the tree and we just could not see what they were looking at. So we figured we would stop here for just a little bit and see if we can hear anything else close to twin dams. And would you look at that? It's Sasha. We are very, very ecstatic to have found Sasha right next to the road, creeping through the bushes and now having a nice little cat nap on such a hot afternoon in the shade. It was absolutely epic sitting on the dam wall, hearing the impala's alarm calling and then stopping, taking a little drive and seeing they were still looking alert. They'd made themselves like a little circle of trust almost, where they were all facing in different directions. The guinea fowls were the next best indicator. And then as we left and started driving on the edge of the drainage line, Sasha came up right next to me. So although he is lying down having a nap, we did clearly see the notch in his ear. And then just as we were following him and finding a nice shady spot to view him from, he decided to do the same. So this is actually my first time seeing Sasha since September. I was away for a while, and it's always exciting to see one of the characters that you know after so long away. And he has gotten bigger, I can tell you that much. He has grown in the last few months. He certainly looks like he's very relaxed this afternoon, and I'm sure what his plan was to come down to the dam and have a look if there was anything worth trying to hunt. But of course, everything saw him. And so now I think his strategy is relaxing in the shade, really just trying to cool off until the animals almost forget that he's here. Oh. And a nice scratch. That was a very big yawn. And now time for grooming, and just like that, with him moving, you can hear some of the birds have spotted him with that movement. How's that for an alarm call? Definitely can't miss that. Okay, so while Sasha gets himself comfortable again, let's hear what Graham has to say about the town hall tomorrow night.
Join me after the Sunset Safari on the 22nd of December, where I'll be explaining all about our new conservation NFT project. You'll be able to ask questions, and I'll be able to set out the whole plan of what we're trying to do. This will be the opening of our pre-sale window. Don't miss it. It's only for registered users at WildEarth.tv.
Welcome back from Tessa with Sasha Live. We are in an area almost where this morning we left tracks of the Lumba and the cubs headed in a drainage line. We're still gonna check a few areas around here, see if she's not out in the surrounding. But we believe in this time of a day where it's very hot, it's in the nature of a leopard to lie down. She might not be active. She might be lying down, more especially if the Lumba made the kill at night and maybe on the site where she might having a kill. She will be having less movement, but if there's no kill, I believe a leopard with cubs at the moment, she's more active than a normal leopard who doesn't have anything, doesn't have cubs at all. So she have to feed. Remember, the cubs need to grow fast in the area in order to really defend themselves from the enemies. And they have a lot of enemy in the area. At the present moment, even a martial eagle can really kill the leopard, the Lumba's cub, because they're very young. More or less in front here, where the silverfish area, the leopard cubs went directly in a drainage line. We're not going to drive in this drainage line just because if we put vehicle in this area, the area where she went in is very thick. It's going to be less bushes because we will be always off-roading or creating a road network where hyenas and the lion might try to investigate in the area what might be going on. So by the way, if you do that, you might be attracting other species to go in that area. We'll be only going to the den if the Lumba, we find the Lumba and invite us straight direct to the cubs. Is how actually we respect the den of a leopard in this surrounding. We're moving in an area where she will be always move up and down, especially Waripan, Central. We're gonna take those areas and check around. I believe everyone wants to see the Lumba's cubs.
Join me after the Sunset Safari on the 22nd of December, where I'll be explaining all about our new conservation NFT project. You'll be able to ask questions, and I'll be able to set out the whole plan of what we're trying to do. This will be the opening of our pre-sale window. Don't miss it. It's only for registered users at WildEarth.tv.
Cape Nature is the chief custodian of the Western Cape of South Africa's natural environment. This highly successful organization strives to conserve the province's natural heritage to ensure a sustainable future. Besides nurturing nature, Cape Nature offers an authentic ecotourism experience to local and international visitors. And one of these experiences is walking amongst the penguins at Stony Point, or as we know it, Penguin Beach. WildEarth broadcasts live from here every day and is very privileged to be partnered with Cape Nature, who have focused their conservation efforts here. If you want to visit these iconic black and white African penguins for yourself, then head over to our website to find out more. Cape Nature. Conserve, explore, experience.
This warthog is in big trouble. He's got elephants all around. What are you going to do there, big guy? What are you going to do? Oh, he's pretty brave though. Oh man, he's not even moving. Look, that elephant is trying his best, but that warthog ain't budging. That's madness. That's so funny. And we have a winner. The warthog wins the standoff.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
I love being a camera for WildEarth. The animals coming right up close to you, especially like lions. Sometimes you get nervous, but you have to go with the flow. My favorite animal to film is the elephant because of how big it is. But when it's really up close to you, it's one animal that you would say, I really respect you.
So Sasha is still having a lovely cat nap here next to the dam. We have been joined by some game viewers, and you can see he is definitely hearing the movement. He's moving his ear around. And it's so lovely to see him so close and so relaxed. Oh, there we go. So to me, biggest draw factor to Sasha is actually, obviously he's a very beautiful cat and he's got a particularly beautiful face. But his ear tufts are very bushy, not quite as bushy as Marieps's. But to me, it's actually his tail, which is quite interesting. So to me, when I compare him to other young male leopards, his tail is incredibly fluffy, especially that last little bit. You can see where it changes, and the spots become a bit more sparse underneath. The white becomes very bright. And to me, his tail is a lot fluffier than a lot of other young male leopards that I have seen. Now, where we are at the moment compared to where Thandi and Mariep's have been is actually the same area. And so we were just talking about him and how he would have to decide if he's staying or going. I don't think Molwati's going anywhere. And so between him and Mariep's, they're very, very similar age, both young males. Oh, look at the tip of the tail going. And so it would be very interesting to see how it plays out, because he is much more independent than Mariep's. You can see he is incredibly relaxed. I don't think he's too bothered about much at the moment. I think when it starts cooling off a little bit later, he's probably going to start getting active again. But for now, I think he'll just keep moving around in the shade, because where else is there that's going to be better than this, you know, right next to a waterhole in the soft long grass in a nice shaded area. And it's thick enough that animals walking past might not necessarily notice him. I know that we certainly didn't until he was literally right next to me. And you can see why. He camouflages incredibly well. James, that is lovely to hear. I'm so glad that Sasha has made your day. Believe me, I have missed him as well, and it is so, so good to see him again. The last time I saw him, he had just about turned 2. I was here in September, so he was 2 years and pretty much 1 month old. So it was kind of just on the cusp of his independence and proper kind of steadfasting himself here for a bit. And so it's nice to see that he is still around. And he's looking really, really good. His stomach isn't empty. He looks like he's in very good condition. There's no new scars or anything that I've noticed. I definitely think he could eat. His stomach is not full, but he is looking absolutely stunning this afternoon. Definitely more relaxed than the last time I saw him. I don't know if you remember, but the last time I was here and I had first met Sasha, he was chased up a bare marula tree by the Talamati Pride. And there was quite a lot of drama and suspense, so it's very nice to see him looking much more relaxed this afternoon. He did make for some stunning photography up that tree though, looking out. It's very interesting. We can't really see them from here clearly, but I can see bits and pieces of them. The impalas actually have not moved away. They are still close to the dam, and I think that's because where he is, they could smell him, but they can't see him because it's nice and thick. And so I'm pretty sure he's hoping that as the day goes on, more animals are going to come to the dam, and he's going to have a very good chance at hunting, because you can imagine animals drinking are going to be vulnerable. They've got their heads down and their whole rump exposed, and the only escape would be into the water. So it is a very, very smart place for him to be. He's also given himself enough leg room that if a hyena or anything like that came along, or even another leopard, maybe Maribs or Tundi, he could move off pretty quickly and silently if he needed to. But this does also go to show, I mean, we always say leopards move around a lot more at night, and they absolutely do. And although he doesn't look like he's doing much right now, he was moving when we found him. And he had been moving because the impalas and the guinea fowls knew he was here. So he's definitely been active during the heat of the day, and it's something that you notice more and more when you spend time with particular leopards, particular individuals. Some of them are much more active in the day than at night. And it was the same thing when I saw him in September. He was active during the day. He'd been moving around and unfortunately attracted the attention of the lions. I can't get my words out. I'm so excited to see him. Moondust, we had some lions calling this morning from the northeastern kind of boundary area of Djuma. We haven't seen any lions on the property or any tracks or signs of them in over 2 weeks now. So unfortunately no news on any lions on the property. We have heard from surrounding properties though that the lions are around, and I'm sure it's just about time that they do start coming back now as well. It seems like Dark Main has been off to the west, so very close to our western boundary called Triple M. And it seems like the Talamatis have been in the northwest as well, so also fairly close to that area. I think the lion audio we heard this morning might have been some of the sub-adults from the Pride in a slightly different area to where the Talamatis have been seen recently. But we are really, really hoping they do come back sometime soon. I think it would be quite special to see them before I go. I don't know if Sasha feels the same way. He is much more nimble than them though, so he doesn't have too much to worry about when he can climb trees and escape from them fairly easily. They will lose interest if he manages to climb a tree. But we will see what happens. I'm definitely sticking around for the rest of the afternoon, and you never know. Maybe something else will come along.
Hello, how are you?
We baba, swatike emsabeni. We baba, babansati banhlupha. We baba, abafika endlini yami. awungathi bangafike ngathithimela we baba how city was a Friday, my darling, was a Friday.
This is that one, I don't know if you've seen guys make soap out of the leaves.
Yeah. Hey, my sweetie, was a Friday.
Wildlife trafficking remains a growing problem in South Africa, and often made worse by the way the media portray this complex issue. The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, have recently embarked on a program whereby they train reporters to better tell stories of wildlife trafficking.
In my community, wildlife conservation is mostly something other people do, and I would like to change that. My name is Iman Singli. I told people I met that the pangolin is one of the most trafficked animals on the planet. But what is a pangolin, they said? Why is it in danger? This is what made me decide that the pangolin story must be told. If we are to play a part in preventing the extinction of this animal, then we must all be part of the battle.
A partnership between WWF South Africa and WESA, supported by US aid.
This is incredible. Looks like vivid monkeys do sometimes go for swims. I heard something splash, but we couldn't see what it was in the long grass. Now I just saw that thing swimming there. This is incredible. I hope it gets to the bank. There are crocodiles in this dam. And it looks like, you see that monkey climb up into the tree? Wow.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Welcome back from Tessa with Sasha live. I think Sasha's still lying down. I'm just listening here while I'm still driving. My sense of hearing is very well developed, like lions or leopards. I can hear francolin more calling this area. This is the point where we have left tracks of Lumba coming to the right, to the left, but the tracks, they were not crossing this road. So during the day, a leopard move a lot. It might be her moving down along the drainage line. We're going to check the last area, which is this point where we are, and listening around. As we can stop here, I can hear frankly, maybe I might share the alarm calls that I'm getting in the area. Straight east from us, straight west from us, is where the alarm call of, francolins. In most cases, I believe just because it's the area where I left the tracks of Lumba and the cubs. We're going to check here. These alarm calls, sometimes it's very important to follow up and listen to them. It adds into our trackings and finding a leopard in the surrounding. Earlier on, I promised to perform, the alarm call, as we are hearing a alarm call of the francolin here. It's so important. We know that out here in the bush, if we really get to hear the alarm call of velvet monkey, if it's a leopard, it will be triple times. If it's a lion, it's very slow. Leopard a little bit faster in this way. I'm not trying to interfere with the wildlife here by giving this call. In the area where we are, I don't think there's nothing that will get affected with my alarm call, and it cannot travel that far. A monkey is very loud. You can hear the monkey from the distance. Some of you who always at the waterhole, you know how it sounds sounds like. You will be really witnessing if I'm not doing the correct way. The monkey, if they see a leopard, they are in this fashion. If it's a lion, slow. A leopard is very faster. Now the course is behind us. We just want to check in this road. The Francolin is behind us. We'll be checking this road. If there's no tracks of the Lumba leading out, but we're gonna go back where I think most of the lamb call are coming from. One more here. Look like something walk headed west. Now it looked like a squirrel that were jumping here, hopping from one spot to another. But I'm gonna go deeply into north along the road there and try to observe and stop and listen where this audio come from. But I think Kalamba, she's right in this triangle shaped corner or this drainage line. The two drainage line, it joins one another. I think is where she is at the moment, and we know that here it's a den that used to be used by different animals. As far as lions and leopards, they like the most to be in a surrounding. Thank you so much, Shalon. Your comment, it's real, you love it. Something that I've practiced and mimic, vivid, mark and study. Of course, the meaning of them while learning from the wildlife. If they present in this way, it's meaning exactly this way. Yet we have no tracks, but the lime calls it coming from directly in the surround. The biggest thing now at the moment is to find the tracks and follow up. Let us stop here. If we look at more to our left here, this is the idol of this is the area of a leopard. There is no way a leopard would love the area. And with my information in the history of lions and leopard that denning here, if you go, there's a dead tree called look like a leadwood, whitish in color. On that corner there, it's a den. We have seen purple eye denning in the area. We have seen a tandy also denning in the area. I've seen a lot more korula. All these leopards that used to be in the area, they have den here a lot of time. Will be, of course, while we're still listening around here, Tessa, she's having a lovely young leopard that everyone was really wishing to see.
Join me after the Sunset Safari on the 22nd of December, where I'll be explaining all about our new conservation NFT project. You'll be able to ask questions, and I'll be able to set out the whole plan of what we're trying to do. This will be the opening of our pre-sale window. Don't miss it. It's only for registered users at wildearth.tv.
So Sasha is starting to stretch and move a little bit as he's heating up. I think he was starting to sweat on the one side in the sun, and so he's rolled over onto the other side. And he's having a stretch every now and then. I definitely think this is one of the more adorable positions I've seen him in, lying on his back with his paws all over. So this is actually quite a vulnerable position for a leopard. As much as he is a male, he is still young. And so for him to be so relaxed that he's on his back exposing his stomach really shows us that he is very comfortable in this position. I think the flies are starting to bother him though. You can see he's starting to twitch. He might roll again. He can't decide whether he should stretch or groom. Definitely stretching. And now he's flattened himself back on his side again. He has got an exceptionally long tail, hasn't he? So to me, the markings on the tail has always been something that really fascinates me and something that strikes the eye. Because it is different to the spots on the whiskers, it is different to the necklace and the chest. It's so sleek and it's so powerful. It's such a vital tool for him when he's climbing trees and trying to balance. At the moment, it's more of a fly flicker, I think. There you can see a little bit of his whiskers on his face. As sensitive as fingertips, if not even more. Also another absolutely vital tool for Sasha. Erica, actually Darren and I were just talking about that. I don't know where his name came from, but I don't know, Darren seems to think it might have something to do with the wind. We're not 100% sure. It's not one of the drainage lines. Yeah, it's not one of the drainage lines or anything around here.
Rexon.
But yeah, Rexon will absolutely know where the name came from. A lot of the names of the leopards have come from areas that they particularly enjoy or particular habits or characteristics that they have. Sometimes even just, you know, a bit of their personality shining through. But this I actually don't know. Look at the tip of that tail communicating with us in its very cute, extra fluffy form. So that's actually just him getting frustrated with flies, but on an ordinary day, that would be him communicating that he's interested in something if he was walking around. Very, very important for communication in leopards, and we can tell so much of a leopard's mood and its activities just by watching that body language. Oh, beautiful. Surveying his surroundings. That noise while he's scratching is incredible as he's slapping past the skin. Oh, there he's getting up. I wonder if he's going to head towards the dam. Very possibly. So he's going to disappear behind this bush. I cannot follow straight through the tree, so I'm going to have to move slowly around him. And look at that body language with that tail. He knows he's out in the open, and so he knows what he needs to be doing, showing everybody that he's nice and relaxed and he's not busy hunting at the time. Right, let's see what we can do. Now you can hear the impala's alarm calling at him. So he is walking along the dam wall at the moment, just on the edge. We're just straightening out there. And there he goes. He looks like he's going to drink possibly, or maybe investigate the log with the foam nest frog. So you can hear the impalas and the bird's alarm calling, and you can clearly see the white tip on his tail. He knows he's been spotted. He's basically saying, it's a truce, I'm not hunting. but he is chasing things into the water. I think there were terrapins on the log. How stunning is that? He's watching those impalas, but I think he's actually just more interested in the small movements that were there. Oh my goodness. He's looking for some food. I know that that is where... Oh, there he's drinking actually. I know that that is where some monitor lizards normally are, some water monitors. Interesting how he's choosing to drink in between the logs. Maybe he feels a bit more protected there. Or more stable, so he won't fall into the water. Wow, he is stunning in that silhouette. Alright, he is going up. Oh, I think he's spotted a bird, actually. Excuse me, I'm half sneezing. Oh, look how his whiskers are catching the light. He's definitely investigating all along the water's edge at the moment. I think he's just looking for any small snacks right now. But also picking up on the daily news, you know, all the other animals would come past here at some point too. You can see his mouth is open, he is hot, trying to cool off. And especially having just had water, by panting now, he's going to be able to drop that body temperature a bit. Okay, I'm going to have to move very, very soon. It definitely looks like he is headed towards maybe the bush. Gladys, yes, the animals all seem to be cheering for him. I'm sure he feels important. And that is what that body language with his tail up like that is really telling us, is that he knows he's been spotted. He's aware of this. He knows the animals are watching him. And so for him, it's just very important that he's telling them, thank you, I'm here. I appreciate that you've seen me, and I won't do anything to compromise that. So let's see where he's gone. Actually looping around past the impalas because I can't go through the dam. So I just want to have a look, see. Right, let me see if I can catch up with him again quickly. It looks like he's moving towards the thickets of the boundary.
Hello everyone, my name is JP. I'm one of your WildEarth eco-training bushwalk guides. So for many years you've been watching WildEarth directly from your laptop or computer. However, now you can watch it directly from your connected TV, your Apple TV, or from your Roku box. And if you are like me, always busy, you can now download the WildEarth app and view it directly from your mobile phone.
BirdLife South Africa, our country's only dedicated bird conservation organization. They have been very successful in a number of areas, including the conservation of more than 150,000 hectares of grasslands and estuary habitat, saving thousands of albatrosses in trawl and longline fishing, and training community bird guides as ambassadors for nature in rural areas. Celebrating their official 25th anniversary, they are sharing 25 of their top success stories across their social media platforms. BirdLife South Africa is currently striving towards the conservation of 132 bird species that are heading for extinction. If we conserve birds, we will protect other biodiversity and important habitats that provide clean water and clean air for humans. Their work is forever ongoing. People who love birds can become a member of BirdLife South Africa or make a donation towards a bird conservation project.
Our bodies are made up of about 60% water, which means that in a very short space of time, you can dehydrate completely. A relatively efficient way of collecting water early in the morning is to take an absorbent material like a sock and to walk through the grass, absorbing the condensed dewdrops on the grass. Once the material is saturated, you can then squeeze it out into a container, or you can suck it out directly into your mouth.
It's a huge privilege to be in these incredible places with these amazing animals. I love filming lions. When they do get up and do something, it's always spectacular. When they are playing, are incredibly fun to watch, especially subalterns and cubs. I love being in the bush and working in these incredible places with these amazing animals. We want to bring it to you so that you can almost feel like you're right there and be able to experience it and enjoy it the way we are.
Apologies for the technical difficulties, everybody. We are trying to keep up with Sasha, but he's certainly giving us a bit of a challenge. Actually, driving on a road, and he's currently just walking, ambling along through the bush. He's in a very, very thick area. There you can see a bit of him, and he seems to be scent marking a bit, moving around. How stunning is that coat in the sunlight? Wow. And that is why it is so tough to see a leopard, because we know he's here and we cannot see him. Absolutely. Okay, so this is definitely going to be a bit of a game of catch for a while. I think I'm actually gonna see if I can. Oh, he's coming towards the termite mound. Yes, please. Okay, it's a bit of a bad angle at the moment. He looks, he's going behind the termite mound. But you can see how long the grass is. It's almost impossible to see him. So I'm going to have to try to see if we can find him behind this termite mound. The grass is so long. It's actually unreal. definitely see why he likes this area. He's got a lot more cover here than he did around the dam. The dam was very, very open. Right, and he looks as though he almost wants to possibly cross the boundary, actually. So we do have other game viewers here. So he is in the thicket there. There he goes. Right, so he is going straight towards the boundary. And I think I can get there. Yes, I can get there, Darren. Hold on to your hat and your socks. One of the many uses of a mud drain, folks, is an extra track. The segments following leopards are the best by far. And I'm going to stop you here and have him walking towards us. There he is walking in the beautiful golden light. There is a little bit of noise around us at the moment, but just excuse that while he is crossing the road here in front of us.
Off Lucas open tunnel. He's on gunway now. Busy.
And he's just about to cross out of. And so that might be the last we see of him as. Alright, so I'm going to see if I can get you one last view. Just as he's disappearing into the grass. Yeah. There he goes. Alright, Darren, that's Jeff. So sees a little bit of tail. It's like us that all we can see is a little bit of tail. And it looks like, oh, there he's turning around again. He's definitely giving us a challenge. But it looks like that's going to be the last of Sasha for today. But so worth it. And I'm so happy I got to share that with you. Let's head over to Rexon and see what he's up to.
Welcome back from Sasha with Tessa Live. We are right here in quarantine. We are about to show you beautiful, beautiful animals in front of us. The moment is the perfect light for photography. This is the old impala and the kudu, food for Sasha and other leopards that in the area. You might understand why it is so many leopard movement in this area. We have more impala, we have more kudu in the area. Those are the medium-sized antelope that the leopard would like to hunt the most. And also due with all the waterhole that we have in the area, of course, leopard, they like the area. As you can see, leopard, elephant, they were swimming area on. It's one of the species that really prefer water on a daily basis. So all of this impala being in the area attracted by water, it means they will attract more predators in the surrounding. This the young kudu look like they are a little bit concerned from where they come from. You see, they're trying to push one another. It's in the nature. Impala do that. They're trying to put the order of hierarchy of the high rank, who is stronger than the other one. That is more important because as they move, when they get into the area where the females are, if one of the females is in ostrich, the stronger male all the time is a preference of mating. Survival of the strongest in the area. If you're not strong, you're not going to mate, you're not going to do anything. So you have to be strong. You have to really present yourself stronger and healthy. Is how actually all in nature it works in a sort of same as lions, same as leopard. The leopard that is more stronger is the one that can hold big territory. Sasha,
I want to know, where does Sasha's name come from?
Oh, lovely. Sasha and Langa is the female that comes from, the name comes from the eastern part. The reason why they call it Sasha, I have no idea. Langa, it means sun, but Sasha, it could be something that really the guys from the east, they have come with that name. It could be fast, it could be something that move quick into something when they respond, maybe from hunting. It's very similar to Shangaan. It's really have lots of, I mean, one name might means a million things. It's according how you pronounce it. So Sasha is a name that we only receive it from the east, but pretty much it could be one of the young men that respond very quick into something when they hunt. Look at the color of the impala. It's such amazing with this light. Beautiful looking. Wow, the kudu coming from the left is gonna just running across with the head of impala. Kudu. Also, the name kudu, while we're talking about names, where it derived from Sasha or kudu. Kudu is the vibration of the stomach when the animal runs. It's a kudu, kudu, kudu. And actually, that is the name. But there's the scientific name of this species. They're following the classification of Trachypholus angiazi. Angiazi is a Zulu. When the first settlement, when they come in an area speaking English, when they ask Zulu, what is this species, they normally said responded to angiazi. So from there, that is a botanical name of kudu and all nyalas that are in a family of angiazi. Angiazi, that is a name. That means I don't know. So if you see this species, the right name correctly, that you can say I don't know. That's a kudu. Kudu is it sounds that when they run, more especially males, the testicle, it makes that sound, and the vibration of the stomach make the sound. You see, they're all like moving out of the clearing. It's getting late afternoon. These species, they prefer very thick habitat to live. They have big ears in order to adapt sound and best hearing of them once they're in the thicket. They will settle down once they're in a thicket because it's the area where they're dedicated by nature to live on those areas. Same as Nyala, it's a family of Nyala and bushbuck. They also prefer a very riverine area, very thick area. They can maneuver very fast into those areas. Having a big ones, those kudu that you see here, they're like 2.5 years. The one in front Welcome back. We are live here on Djuma WildEarth Safari Live. We just left the kudu, now headed in the opposite direction into the drainage line. We would like to apologize for technical problem that you're experiencing. We are still in our plans to go and find maybe Lumba. I know that Tessa, she was having Sasha, which is slowly heading out of the conservancy, might be crossing by now. If not, she might be still heading on that position. We're heading east. We're going to try to check a few roads. Maybe at the late hours of this evening show, we might really find Lumba. No promise, but we're heading in the same direction to look around.
Nothing beats sitting around a campfire at night whilst on safari, listening to the calls of the wild and chatting to your guide. If you sign up to be a WildEarth explorer, then you can enjoy this from the comfort of your home. Imagine hearing bush stories from your favorite WildEarth guide and reliving their highs and lows of a life spent in the wild. Every month, WildEarth explorers will be treated to an exclusive fireside chat, special occasions, hot topics, and deep dives into the WildEarth characters.
Everything else is just welling up inside of you, out in nature. Now, some people think I'm weird, but I have an absolute joy. I have a good time.
Now, I enjoyed myself thoroughly today.
WildEarth explorers, it's in your nature. For those of you who love to join us on safari here on WildEarth, we have some news.
This is incredibly exciting.
The team have trawled through the archives and found the very best of Safari Live from over the years.
Come and disperse there.
With locations such as the Masai Mara in Kenya.
You can see how close he is from where I am.
Tswalu in the Kalahari.
It is absolutely incredible.
And of course, Pinda and Ngala, right here on our doorstep.
Listen.
We have hours of great entertainment that is now playing on our channel. Catch up with guides from the past, and of course your favorite animal characters.
It's happening. I've never seen this before.
The best of Safari Live will be broadcast on WildEarth channel daily, so jump on board and join us down memory lane. Times for this brand new series are on our website.
Oh, what are you doing? Are you trying out for the ballet? Now it's an itchy bottom. Up we get. Mom's coming. Everybody's moving off.
Perfect, thank you. There are other game viewers in the area, but I would like to share with you Miss Kujava. Oh my goodness. It is leopard mania today, and Darren and I are both so excited. It is both of our first times meeting her, and she is stunning. Oh my goodness. So she's actually resting at the moment just on top of a quarry, very similar to Sasha, close to a watering hole with a view so she can look out and see what is happening. So I know that she does have a cub, but it does not seem to be here that we can tell. Nobody has seen it with her this afternoon, so very likely she's hidden it somewhere. and might get some food and then find her again, or find the cub again a little bit later on. How lucky are we this afternoon? I feel like it cannot get any better than this. So it definitely looks like she is panting quite heavily. I think she is very hot. She's been moving around a bit. I haven't really seen her moving much. So when we got here, she was kind of just starting to settle. I wonder what she's seen. Turn that down. So I'm not sure what she's seen or heard, but we haven't seen her moving much. And so I haven't seen if she's got a full belly or not. She looks like she's fairly well fed. And she is just absolutely stunning. I can't believe I'm sitting with Kujava right now. James Richard, thank you so much. You're telling us that Sasha means champion in Shona. That is incredible. Thank you so much for finding that out for us. That is a massive help, and I'm definitely going to write that one down. Wow, that is a really good one. Well, I know Kujava means scared. It's one of the few that I do actually know. But it's so nice to hear that we now know where Sasha comes from. And the fact that it's Shona. That is really nice and unique of the leopard names here. So I can definitely tell that Kujava is quite an old leopard. You know, you can see from the very, very dark nose, but she's quite large. She looks like she's got a lot of experience from just the way she looks at the world almost. But those yellow teeth and that dark nose tell me a very long story. So as far as I know, Kujava was born probably 7 years ago, somewhere around there. And it blows my mind that Tundi is her mom. Having known Tundi, having met Marib's, some of the family, it is absolutely lovely to meet an extended member. And what catches me straight away is that thick white band underneath the eye. And so she's definitely got something that's catching her attention. We're quite close to the hangar, and so there are quite a few open areas around here, and I'm wondering if she can't hear impalas or something moving around. But I think I'm actually going to try and get a slightly different angle on her. While I do that, let's hear from Graham.
Join me after the Sunset Safari on the 22nd of December, where I'll be explaining all about our new conservation NFT project. You'll be able to ask questions, and I'll be able to set out the whole plan of what we're trying to do. This will be the opening of our pre-sale window. Don't miss it. It's only for registered users at wildearth.tv.
Welcome from Tessa with Kujava. The Torch vehicle just spotted Mlowati in an area where we were tracking Mlowatis this morning. You just cross, I can see the tracks a little bit more to the north. It's very skittish. Mel will try maybe to relocate this cat here. We wish to see Mlowati, and caught the cat on the camera. Maybe it might be the good good luck for today. I mean, normally this cat run away. I'm so excited because all the vehicles are right here, but it looks like Mlowat is moving slowly in this area. So what we're going to do here, we're going to be off-road to the left and try maybe intersect a little bit ahead on Molowati's movement. Maybe we might be able to see. We all know that this cat general is one of the skittiest cat around, and also is one of the dominant male in an area that father quite few cubs, and everyone would like to see Molowati, of course, but no promise. We'll try to check the area and stay focused in the direction where he went. We might be lucky seeing him, but in most of time, I believe after dark Molowati it relax a little bit. It's not like Tandi, Sasha, and the other leopards that's in the area, Kujavas, which are a lot more relaxed in the area. So I believe if I can go down from here, I might see this dominant male leopard movement. Maybe you might really get to see him or get to relax him a bit in order to pose for picture. I've seen him before with one vehicle. It's fine. He's not gonna be moving a lot. If you give him a distance, he tends to show. It's not an easy area to move in here. Very thick. We'll try as much as we can to try to drive here and looking at the same time. A leopard can be well blended in this area or camouflage in this area. If he wants to be seen, he might really come out. If he doesn't want to, he might keep himself hiding in the very tall grasses and the bushes around there. I've done this area before. We'll be linking back to Tessa, which is found a beautiful cat called Kujava.
So we have moved around a little bit, everybody, and we are now sitting almost directly below Kujava, and she is just enjoying a little grooming session right at the top of the quarry next to a very interesting looking termite mound. So we can actively feel the temperature dropping at this stage. And so I'm sure she is really enjoying that. Wow, look at those eyes. I think she's got some of the thickest and longest whiskers I've seen on a leopard in a long time. Wow, look at that. They are so thick. I'm just turning my radio down one little notch. So I'm still kind of amazed that we're so close to her. Get off my yarn, that is a very cool name. And yes, it is leopard mania today, leopard heaven. We have got so many amazing things happening, and it just is one of those days where it just can't get any better. And I completely agree with you. Kujava is such a lovely lady. She is gorgeous, prim, proper, and big. She's much bigger than I expected her to be, I can tell you that very honestly. She's much bigger than I expected her to be. I think she's chosen a perfect spot. She's got a vantage point with some cover and she's up in the breeze. So I think she could quite easily spend a long time sitting in this spot grooming. I'm just having a nice detailed look at her spot pattern. So because it's because it's the first time myself and Darren have met her, it is so lovely to be able to appreciate all of the little things. Wow, those eyes. The little things about her, like that very thick white under the eye and the very heavy black on the top of the eye. It's very unusual compared to other leopards that I've seen. Her eyes are much more accentuated. They look like they are way too gorgeous for any living creature. It just is amazing. I think I'm going to spend a little bit of time studying a little bit of her spot pattern now. But what an absolute pleasure to be sitting so close to her while she's relaxing.
Yeah, Tengana. That's my boy.
It couldn't be a better morning. This is just too special.
Wow, what a way to start off.
Bright colors, and it attracts the insect to the flower, which is exactly what we're watching right now. This is so exciting. There's two. Hello, Mama. It's all good. Hi. Hi.
The smallest baby black-backed jackal I have seen in the wild. Look how full the belly is.
It is so incredible to spend this time so close to an African penguin. They just make me feel alive.
That is incredibly sweet. Grooming each other.
Play is vital. This is how they learn. This is how they would tackle prey.
There you go, there you go. There you go, there you go. Heart is pumping right now.
Look at this, everybody. We've got a live kill. There's nowhere to go.
It's just such an incredible privilege to be out here. It just keeps on delivering.
Live.
There she goes. Going for the youngster. She got it.
That's what I'm talking about.
Look at that.
It is insanely good footage.
Again in the hunt of Malawati. He's just sent marking in front of us. Really, he's not relaxing even yet. Father of the two little one from Lumba. So we're now seeing all the family. We have started with the youngster. He's moving down. Let me go in a riverbed and try to catch him crossing over. It might be nice if we can all see. There's no promise with this leopard. Very skittish, I just spotted him. Wow. He's still there. I'm trying to see him. Maybe we might manage. He's just behind the bushes. He might be lying down flat. I can see the movement right. Zoom in there. I can see his tail flicking. If we go a little bit to the right, left, he's just behind that bush. Maybe if I go slightly backwards, we'll manage to see him. It's in the nature of a leopard. Most of the leopards in general in nature, leopard that grow up in an area where there's no vehicle. Yes, there. I can see the ear and the movement of the tail. That's Mulawati. Is how actually the leopard, if you grow up in an area where there's no, you have been exposed to a vehicle. That's the reason we try as much as we can, try to follow a Lumba's cup and get used to a vehicle while they're still young. Otherwise, they become very wild as Mulawati. Mulawati is the biggest leopard, very beautiful, but it's one of the things, of course, I mean, lots of guides, even ourselves, we don't want to see this leopard. We wish maybe a very strong, dominant leopard that will push Mulawati off and that will be more relaxing towards vehicle and able to view. But at the moment, due because he does have a little youngster with the Lumba, you still have to hang on until the youngster grew up. Oh, lovely. This is all about Mulawati. It's how much you can see Mulawati. In the morning, I was just saying something like this. Mulawati is not going to relax. Following Mulawati, you're wasting your time. But now, he's just standing because he's just behind the bushes. Wow. Amazing. If we can manage to locate this leopard, to try to stay with him, to give him space of confidence with vehicle, not to chase him all the time and give him distance, he might start to develop trust with vehicle. Mulawati is one of the leopards that grow up north from us, Timbavati area, around Thunderbush, that they went all the way down up in the area, Hindi-Satli, and he became a dominant male here. He have challenged in Ghana in the area. It would be really interesting if he's one of the relaxed leopard. The way he looks, he's such a big boy. If you look at the tracks this morning, the size of the tracks is more or less the size of lioness, which means this leopard might weigh between 70 to 90 kg easy on that way by looking of this track size itself. I hope you guys, you can see the spot pattern of this leopard. Only the left ear, that yes, you can see the movement. He's just watching, hunting at the same time. He's listening what might be going on here. Oh boy, don't go. Look at that. Guys, I won't promise to follow this leopard anymore in the area where it's going. It's tough. Yeah, it's very thick. It's a drainage line that normally we didn't do much in the area. You might get to see him. Oh. Of course, Mulawati just crossed this drainage line. We'll be linking back to Tessa, which is having a very relaxed leopard called not Sasha, one of the dominant female in the area of Chito.
Join me after the Sunset Safari on the 22nd of December, where I'll be explaining all about our new conservation NFT project. You'll be able to ask questions, and I'll be able to set out the whole plan of what we're trying to do. This will be the opening of our pre-sale window. Don't miss it. It's only for registered users at wildearth.tv.
There is clearly something in the vicinity around you that's drawn their attention. Yes, that meerkat in the tree is just the coolest of cool meerkats. But watch how he battles when he comes down. That would be like me climbing a tree, just better.
Hi, I'm Mike Anderson, and I come to you live every day from Eco Training Pridelands Conservancy in South Africa. The wild animal I think is most underrated. I think buffaloes are the most underrated. They're so tenacious and ferocious, and also very, very protective of each other, which I find incredible. You know, sometimes people think of the big five, they just think of lions and leopards and other big animals, but I think buffaloes are pretty underrated.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
My name is David, and I love being a cam op because you get a front row seat to all the best sightings that WildEarth has to offer. Sharing it with everyone else, well, that's a perk too. What makes the WildEarth experience magical? Well, it has to be the fact that it's live and interactive. The sighting that'll be ingrained in my brain for life, watching a lioness kill 3 wildebeest during the migration in the space of about 20 minutes. My spirit animal, that has to be a monkey.
So we seem to have just caught the end of her grooming session, and now she looks like she is relaxing. Kujava is still up here on the bank and treating us to the absolute pleasure of her company this afternoon. She's been shifting between grooming, stretching, and napping. And I think she just could not be any more beautiful if she tried. So this kind of camouflage, I mean, her face is a bit in the sun, which is why it looks a bit more golden. But the sun is setting quite quickly, and so the rest of her is just starting to dip into the shade. And that little patch of sun on her face, you know, you can see that there's something, a different color in the grass, but towards her bum, her tail, she's in the shade, and it's much more difficult. Shreya Kujava is currently on Chitwa, and we are, I don't know if you know where the hangar is on Chitwa, where the little airstrip is. There's a quarry just to the east of the airstrip and the hangar, and she is on top of the quarry wall. Here you can see the quarry behind us with a little bit of water there at the end. And the hangar is directly behind us at the moment. So the sun is actually setting from pretty much the direction from the hangar into Kujava's face. I can't get my words out. I'm so excited to meet her. But honestly, you know, the way that she's lying, we're quite lucky. We're in a bit of a gap at the moment in the grass. But I think if you were driving past and you didn't look very carefully, especially now that she's kind of in the shade, I don't think you'd even see her. From higher up, she's actually in long grass. We're just very, very fortunate to have found this small gap where we can see through the bottom of the grass. Although she is relaxing, do not be fooled. She's definitely awake and listening. I wonder where she's hidden her cub, because her cub is only a few months old at this point. Yeah, she's definitely in brilliant condition. Her coat is spotless. Carla, she certainly has her mother's beautiful eyes. Tandi is also a very, very captivating leopard. And I feel very fortunate that I've met both of them now. But I think what gets me about Kujava's eyes in particular, you actually can't get past her eyes and her whiskers. That combination for me, I cannot look past that. I can't even look at the rest of her when she's looking at me, because it's so mesmerizing and captivating. And I think it's because, especially when she looks up, she's got that very thick layer of, it looks like eyeliner on the top lid. It's just very thick black on the top lid of her eye, and then that very thick white on the bottom lid of her eye. And such big eyes. And I mean, even, you know, looking at her coat like that, look at how bright her rosettes are. The patches of golden brown in between the black rosettes are so distinct. I just feel like she's accentuated in all of the most beautiful leopard features. They are all combined into Kujava. It's also lovely for me to meet the very valued mother of Tsemba. You know, so many of the leopards in this area are interconnected. And so it's really interesting to be able to make the web of which leopards are related to which ones and how they all fit in with each other. If I'm not mistaken, I think her cub is only 6 months old now. Joshua, you're 10 years old. Thank you so much for your question. In fact, no, leopards do not sleep as much as lions. Lions are definitely the laziest of the cats. They will sleep for sometimes 20 hours of a 24-hour day, where leopards are much more active. I think we've seen this afternoon with Molwati, with Sasha, and with Kujava. Although Sasha and Kujava are resting, they have been moving around, and Molwati was moving around when Rexon found him. So, you know, where lions are going to sleep most of the day, leopards will actually be quite active, and they'll be active most of the night. They don't have to lie down and sleep. They'll spend quite a lot of their time marking their territory, hunting, those kinds of things. And the big reason for that difference is because leopards are solitary and smaller, and lions are obviously in a pride and much bigger. So with the protection of the pride, the lions have a lot less to worry about than a leopard, which is on its own, scent marking, defending the territory, hunting, providing for itself. If she has cubs, which she does, she'll be doing that as well. It's just a lot more of a active lifestyle than a lion's would be. She's got an incredibly dark stripe up the top of her head as well. A darker brown in between the lighter brown. That is stunning. Oh, those eyes. I will never see a leopard's eyes the same way again after meeting Kujava. Oh, she's heard something. So with my human senses, I can't hear or smell or see anything in that direction, but she definitely has. And it could have just been something like a Franklin or a scrub hare, but she's certainly interested in it, whatever it is. We are back, everybody. I'm so sorry for the technical difficulties, but luckily Kujava is here to make up for it in all of her splendor. So we do have another game viewer here with us, so you will hear some noises in the background. But I just cannot get over her. I think she is officially my favorite leopard of all time. After meeting her once, that is how beautiful she is in person. Oh, wow. Oh, look at those paws. The toe pads. That is so beautiful. Leopard's paws are so well designed. She has got paws that could catch just about anything. Super soft on the underside on the pads to absorb any noise. Also to help with things like thorns when she's moving through the bush. But those claws when they come out are incredible. Leopards can hang on to just about anything, and I mean, this is how leopards learn to thrive, basically. When they learned how to climb trees to escape other predators, and it just makes such a big difference to their lifestyle. I'm hoping she gets up again just now, but if she wants to carry on sleeping, I am more than happy to just sit here and watch her.
Join me after the Sunset Safari on the 22nd of December, where I'll be explaining all about our new conservation NFT project. You'll be able to ask questions, and I'll be able to set out the whole plan of what we're trying to do. This will be the opening of our pre-sale window. Don't miss it. It's only for registered users at wildearth.tv.
From Tessa with the Kujava live. We are almost in the area where we lost Mulawati, headed west. It's really unbelievable to free Mulawati, very difficult leopard. We still believe that wherever Mulawati is, I don't think the Lumba might be far, because at the moment Mulawati have to really give protection to the youngster. Of course, if he hangs around far from the cubs, possible the other leopards that comes in the area, it might be a great challenge for the youngster. We check where possible the Lumba might cross with the youngster. We have no luck, no tracks. But again, in the area where Mulawati went, we'll start to focus on that area as from tomorrow. Checking quarantine first. If there's no drag mark, you know, Kalamba, she's more successful. And she's still young. It's not like these old leopard Tandy and others where they can take days to hunt. Kalamba, she wants to. She can still run very fast. She can still, I mean, even in the course of a day, get more active. We're in Batalia Road. We had more to the west, and it was nice for us again to see Mulawati briefly, but I believe in that area where he's going, if we slowly after dark we might spot him. He's heading more towards the quarantine direction. He might also come into the open, because during the night is where a lot of animal activity it might be taking place. They all come out from the thick habitat and start to really congregate themselves into the open. It's how actually nature, because they want to go away from the leopards and lions. As we're driving the riverbed, Nyala South, inside the drainage line, we have seen quite the activity of nyalas. So I don't believe the Lumba, she might be in the same drainage line. She might head further more to the west, because this animal, in most cases, they avoid one another. Wherever they get a scent of a leopard, they will move out of that area and go somewhere else. They always exchange. It's like lions and leopard. If a lion gets here in the area, the Lumba, she'll take the cubs away furthermore into a different location that the lion must really hunt that area without bumping into the cubs. It's how actually the safety of the cubs in the area. They rely on the mother all the time, changing same as impala, nyala, kudu. Wherever they feel like is danger, they'll move out of that portion of land and go somewhere else and try to survive. It's always not an easy life. If you're an antelope, you must be always running away from leopards and lions and hyenas. Hyenas do hunt, especially animal that shows weakness, sick. You might find that hyena will take that out of the system. They'll hunt it and kill it because it's really not physical healthy. As we know that out in the bush, not only hyena, even a leopard, even a lion, if it's sick, hyena and the other species will really kill that and take out of the system. Survival of the fittest out in nature. So even if you're a guide or tracker, you walk in the bush, you must present yourself stronger. If you find like you don't know what, if you walk like you don't know what you're doing, you'll easily challenge, because your body posture must look stronger and also fit in order to defend. Lions and leopard and hyena can't challenge you. If they do challenge you, you have shown the weak point of your body system. So that's the reason you'll never find a guide or tracker that is always nervous become a guide. Simple, you'll be always having challenges. So lovely for your question. What's all about behind the Molowati's name? Molowati, it's a riverbed. Remember, all these leopards that in the area, Kalamba, Molowati, Sasha, and all that, they name these species according to the doing of the species or preference of the individual character. Of course, if you look at Molowati, for the first time when Molowati get into the area, he was always located along Molowati riverbed. So we decided, because this leopard we have now recorded at least 4 to 10 times, we find the Molowati riverbed. It doesn't move out of the area. Then it's called Molowati. Again, for example, Kalamba, it was all about hopping and playful. Sasha is a Shona name, which is also in Zulu. If you say Sasha, it means be quick. So that's reason all these names of all species in a surrounding, they name according to that presentation of that particular character on a daily basis.
Do you dream of traveling to a far-flung wilderness location where life continues as normal? A place where you can escape to nature and breathe. If you become a WildEarth explorer, then this could soon become a reality. Subscribe today and stand a chance to win regular travel prizes. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature. Cape Nature is the chief custodian of the Western Cape of South Africa's natural environment. This highly successful organization strives to conserve the province's natural heritage to ensure a sustainable future. Besides nurturing nature, Cape Nature offers an authentic ecotourism experience to local and international visitors. And one of these experiences is walking amongst the penguins at Stony Point, or as we know it, Penguin Beach. WildEarth broadcasts live from here every day and is very privileged to be partnered with Cape Nature, who have focused their conservation efforts here. If you want to visit these iconic black and white African penguins for yourself, then head over to our website to find out more. Cape Nature. Conserve, explore, experience.
So there we go, look. All three in one frame. Look at that, isn't that cool? Oh, that is so special. That is exactly what we had been hoping for, is all three of them to come together and make the perfect little family portrait.
My name is Lauren, and I'm currently working in Djuma Private Game Reserve here in South Africa. I love answering your questions during the live safaris. It's my favorite part. It feels like you're on the vehicle with me, and I'm able to teach you exactly what you want to know. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, you must go to the live safari page and ask your question below the live feed.
So Darren and I are really soaking in the company of Kujava at the moment with the most gorgeous, gorgeous sunsets. It just seems like everything is perfect today. The sunset, everything is representing. It just is absolutely mind-blowing. I honestly don't think we've had a better afternoon so far in terms of just everything presenting in the most unbelievable ways. You know, we've used the signs and found the animals, and it's been one of those perfect days, for sure. And I think any day that you meet Kujava is a good day. And Sasha, my boy Sasha, that I haven't seen in 3 months. We're just doing a little pan back through the scenery. You can see it's blue skies, so the storm has cleared as well. And Kujava is incredibly peaceful still. She hasn't moved much in the last while, and I think she's finally getting a really good rest in without any interruptions from birds moving close by. You can definitely hear them all calling, but the noises she was hearing earlier, I think, was a francolin, and I think it's moved off. Definitely the longest that she has not moved for while we've been here. So I'd imagine she's really enjoying a bit of a nap before it gets dark. With the sun setting at the moment, she's probably going to head off very soon and find some food to take back for her cub, or to fetch her cub and bring her cub to it, which is more likely. But she's definitely looking like the relaxed queen of the termite mound at the moment. What an absolute privilege to be sitting out here, Darren. Oh, there you can see some of her toe pads through the grass and some of her spots. Now, a leopard's paw for me, the paw print in particular, but the underside, the soft side of the paw, has always been one of the most complete and perfect looking designs in nature to me. Well designed to be the most successful and diverse of the big cats in South Africa, and in fact Africa. Well, we've got some movement. Oh, stretch, look at the toes. I don't know if any of you have ever been lucky enough to work in conservation projects where they monitor things like leopards, but a leopard's paw is incredibly soft to the touch. You wouldn't believe how velvety those toe pads are. I've been lucky enough to work with a few conservation projects, and one of them we had to dart wild dogs and the occasional leopard for monitoring and for GPS collaring and those kinds of things. And I will never forget the feeling of a leopard's paw. It is honestly like the softest silky velvet you've ever felt in your life. And bear in mind, this is on a cat that walks every day through thorns and brush and thickets. So well designed. Mem, I'm so glad that you're enjoying Kujava and Sasha earlier in the golden light. A very successful day all around. And I think for us as well, you know, to see so many leopards is a really special thing. As much as we are out here, anytime you meet a new leopard, Darren and myself both today meeting Kujava at the same time, but any time that you get to spend with a leopard at all in the wild is very, very special. And I don't think you ever really get used to it, to be perfectly honest. Every single time feels like a privilege to be in their presence. It really is probably one of the only cats in the world where if it really doesn't want you to see it, you won't see it. They are that good. So to spend any time with them at all, you know, it's such a beautiful species. To me, this is my favorite species of cat. Leopard. It's probably my favorite animal overall with wild dogs. They're pretty much competing for first position, but there is no other animal in the world for me that competes with the leopard in terms of overall being the most well-adapted creature to any environment. Obviously, every animal has its adaptations, but if you look at a leopard compared to lions, Kujava would be much, much more adaptable. You can find leopards all over, right the way down to the coastlines of South Africa, right the way up north. You can find leopards almost anywhere. They move like liquid gold. You won't even know that they're there. I'm hoping now that the sun has officially started setting, we can't see any part of it anymore, that Kujava might start moving a little bit later, and we might get to catch that for you.
If I could take you on safari all day and all night, I would. But unfortunately, it's not always the best time to see the animals. Now, in between safaris, you can watch the WildEarth channel with loads of extra shows. If you have a connected television, Apple TV or Roku box, then download the WildEarth app, and if not, then just find it on the App Store on your phone.
Wildlife trafficking remains a growing problem in South Africa, and often made worse by the way the media portray this complex issue. The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, have recently embarked on a program whereby they train reporters to better tell stories of wildlife trafficking.
In my community, wildlife conservation is mostly something other people do, and I would like to change that. My name is Iman Singli. I told people I met that the pangolin is one of the most trafficked animals on the planet. But what is a pangolin, they said? Why is it in danger? This is what made me decide that the pangolin story must be told. If we are to play a part in preventing the extinction of this animal, then we must all be part of the battle.
A partnership between WWF South Africa and WESA, supported by US Aid.
Hello, boy. You are a monster. And he's coming right up to us. Hello, boy. Oh, settle down. Settle down. He is very, very close. He's pushing his trunk against the car. You can feel the car moving. Hey, 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 hey. Stop that.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
My favorite animal is a leopard, purely because I just think they are just the epitome of feline grace and power, and the way they can move about in any environment and remain hidden until they want to be seen, I just find incredibly intoxicating, and they're amazingly beautiful.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
Welcome back from Tessa live with the Kujava female. We are moving slowly in the eastern bank of Molowati riverbed, the road called Molowati or Leadwood Road, heading towards Gary Main, and we would like to check more to the west. We're in an area where I might be predicting right. There's a tracks here, the big tracks of a female hyena. I'm not sure which one is this. Tracks is really confusing. It looks like almost a female lioness headed east, and I believe in the area we have seen quite a lot of activity of hyena. Hyena. It might be the den have moved, shift towards Mulowati. I know that is another den not far from the area that sometimes they utilize it. So about further the clan, actually all of them, they've moved. That might be in this eastern bank of Mulowati, because the activity physical, I've seen more young hyena coming along this riverbed Mulowati and move to the east. So we have to check in the area. Maybe we might find a new den. Of course, this is the area, if it do happen, because of all these hyena that are always in the surrounding, there will be no much activities of leopard that can stay in the surrounding. Same area that we saw Tandy. If a leopard comes in the area, she's going to walk past because there is more competition than anywhere else. So they try to move less competition areas as far as lion do when it account more hyena in the area, and the leopard and the cheetah, of course. And there was a report of cheetah this morning very close to Cheetah Katan Befesuk Dam, which is headed across very close and went to the direction of Torchwood. I believe the same female cheetah that hangs around in the area, it might come. We might be able to see maybe cheetah in a very near future, close to quarantine, up to a sandy patch. We used to have one cheetah that come all the way down from the east and cross to the west, Simbambili property, and stay, in the area and eventually cross to the west, coming from Manyeleti side and to return back from Malamala, the Kruger, back to the north. So it's such amazing how all these species, they will know the area and not forget. If they've been in the same spot, they will come back next year. I've seen that, of course, elephant do that, leopard do that, cheetah do that. A lion, sometimes they can come back in the area where they were born if they account pressure from other lion. But normally, if they really get a territory and really force themselves to stay in that and enforce the members of the pride in numbers, maybe having more males, they tend to not to come back. They will be staying in that particular area and die on that particular area if it do happens. We are now heading Twin Dams. That's an asking question of Tingana if still alive. It might happen if they have moved in the area where it's less competition. We have seen Tingana, they have lost the territory in the area, but well respected with all these young males, and they stay around while Mulowati is here. And I believe when Tawanguma gets here, Tingana was still around, and Timbawati was still around, Matswiri, he was still around, but he was still roaming in the area. Some of the area to the southeast of the corner of our conservancy, we have seen Tingana in 2 times. He was vocalizing, salivating, challenging dominance. So it might be still alive. Maybe, you never know, I cannot guarantee. The last position, he might cross into Kruger in that direction of southern east corner of our conservancy, Cheetah Plains area. So we will maybe one day get to see him. I cannot confirm that he is no longer or is dead until maybe we get a report. But it do happen. Sometimes we might really miss to ID the leopard or guess the name of the, years, estimate age of the leopard. We find that you might still alive. Maybe you still have 2 years to go from now. You never know. We have seen Tingana in most time resurrected back into normality of being a dominant male lion from dominant leopard from nothing, and he come back. That leopard, for me, is like a special leopard around in the area. So it might be alive or not, I cannot conclude. But it do happen in nature that you find that the leopard might move from one part to another and stay in another part for a little bit longer, maybe get challenged, killed by lions, killed by diseases. It can happen. Of course, guys, while we're still checking here, we'll head more east. We'll be linking back to Tessa with the beautiful cat, Kujava.
Join me after the Sunset Safari on the 22nd of December, where I'll be explaining all about our new conservation NFT project. You'll be able to ask questions, and I'll be able to set out the whole plan of what we're trying to do. This will be the opening of our pre-sale window. Don't miss it. It's only for registered users at wildearth.tv.
So we are still sitting with a very sleepy Kujava. I don't think she heard the news about tomorrow night's town hall. But if she did, I'm sure she'd be quite excited. You can see she is flicking her ear, so she is actually awake. She's just resting for as long as she can, a nice uninterrupted rest. The wind is picking up a little bit again. It seems like it went away for a while, and now the breeze is slowly coming back. Oh, and I think that woke her up a little bit. I think she's starting to kind of plan out a bit of an evening for herself here. I would love to know what she's hearing and smelling. She's just doing a bit of a survey at the moment. She hasn't looked in one direction for very long, so I think she's just scanning. And this is very typical leopard behavior. She is a very calculated leopard from what I've heard. Her nose is actually quite a beautiful heart shape, more than any other leopards I've seen recently. Got a very low dip on the top there in the middle. Could just be the angle that we are seeing her from, but it definitely looks quite unusual. So I actually noticed earlier in her eyes she's got a little bit of green close to the pupils. Heather, occasionally, yes, you do get chills when a leopard looks straight at you in person. I think it depends on the leopard and the situation, but with her, I have been so mesmerized every time she looks at me that I kind of almost forget to speak. I think it's one of those feelings where, you know, when a leopard, especially with eyes like that, looks at you, it really, I feel like it touches your soul a little bit. And for me, I've always had a very, very strong connection with leopards. I've always felt like if I was an animal, I would have been very relatable with a leopard. My spirit animal. Definitely something that has always inspired my life has been leopards in general, but I feel like Kujava is... I've been waiting. I was saying to Darren earlier, I had a very strong connection with one or two leopards at Ngala, and I've been very lucky here at Djuma. I've met quite a few different leopards. It's my first time meeting Kujava, and it's the first leopard that I've met at Djuma where I look at her and I just feel like I've known her for a very, very long time, and that's a connection that you can't really explain. So I already know just on meeting her today that she is the leopard for me here at Djuma. And that certainly does not mean that I don't appreciate the other leopards. Believe me, I think I could spend hours with a sleeping leopard and not get bored. But there's just something special about her to me. I think there's so much depth in her. I feel like the dimensions in her eyes with all the different colors are unlike any other leopard I've ever seen before and been lucky enough to spend time with. But I'm going to soak this in for as long as I can and stay with her as long as I can. While she is busy surveying over here, I'm going to send you back to Rexon.
Welcome back with Tessa. Kujava, she's rocking this afternoon. She's really around Chito Dam. We are bringing life to you here. There's a giraffe in front of you. Here, the conservancy of Djuma Safari Life. This is a male giraffe. It looks like it's the right season of all giraffe coming into the area due to rain and also all the trees like acacia and Rexon, all of them are now having leaves. So giraffe migrate in the area from one part to another. They're not territorial species. You look at the male here. Of course, they have no social permanent structure of a giraffe. They can move from one head to another or from one place to another. Even a female, they don't subject to really form so-called journey of giraffe or tower of giraffe. But there will be time. The species, they all get together and move at the same time, and they will be really separating themselves, going into their different direction. The giraffe itself, they reckon that they can communicate as far as like Zonta africana, like an elephant. They have a very low frequency that we cannot able to hear, but the giraffe from the distance, with the force of gravity, they can able to communicate and get together if they're really necessary to do so. How can you see that? Because most of the time, suddenly you can find giraffe here walking here across, going south, and later on, the same giraffe, you might get with 2-3 female all together. So they communicate, is true, they communicate with the low frequency that they made through their vocal box, which it goes with the force of gravity. In most cases, they feel by their feet and go to the right direction of the sun and join together. We'll be cutting back to Tessa, which is having Kujava on the move.
There's a hyena. Okay, so Kujava is currently busy stalking and sneaking up on a spotted hyena that does not know where she is. It has not seen her yet. You can see she is avoiding it, and the hyena still has not figured out where she is. Okay, now I think it's just seen her. Oh, the hyena does not seem very interested. I think that warning was more than enough to make the hyena move. Coming very close to us there, and Kujava is flattened behind a bush watching it walk away. I think it's definitely looking for some scraps, hoping that because it could smell a leopard, that maybe she'd have a kill here. We haven't seen any signs of a kill at all, and I think that's why the hyena moved off so easily. She has not taken her eyes off of it. So I don't want to move just yet. I know it's not the clearest view of her. It does show some of her amazing skills, though, with how camouflaged she can be and how easily she can hide herself. But I just want to see where she decides to go first before I move. There we go. Patience is key. She is beautiful. One thing that I've always admired about a leopard is how fluidly the shoulder blades move over each other. She is scent marking as she goes. In fact, when she came down from the quarry, She came and scent marked on the tree next to us, and she was right above our faces, and the whole time I was thinking, please don't spray us. Please, please, please don't spray us. It was very close, I can tell you that much. I think we could feel it coming past our faces. Right, so she is still walking around and scent marking, and she's going straight towards the airstrip, so I am going to follow her as long as I can while she's on her mission. Maybe she's headed back somewhere important to fetch her cub.
Join me after the Sunset Safari on the 22nd of December, where I'll be explaining all about our new conservation NFT project. You'll be able to ask questions, and I'll be able to set out the whole plan of what we're trying to do. This will be the opening of our pre-sale window. Don't miss it. It's only for registered users at wildearth.tv.
BirdLife South Africa, our country's only dedicated bird conservation organization. They have been very successful in a number of areas, including the conservation of more than 150,000 hectares of grasslands and estuary habitat, saving thousands of albatrosses in trawl and longline fishing, and training community bird guides as ambassadors for nature in rural areas. Celebrating their official 25th anniversary, they are sharing 25 of their top success stories across their social media platforms. BirdLife South Africa is currently striving towards the conservation of 132 bird species that are heading for extinction. If we conserve birds, we will protect other biodiversity and important habitats that provide clean water and clean air for humans. Their work is forever ongoing. People who love birds can become a member of BirdLife South Africa or make a donation towards a bird conservation project.
Guys, just watch what's happening. See, watch the elephants, watch the lions. See, the first ones to run are the cubs. Can you see them? They are right here. I'm not sure how scared you were, but I was quite nervous. Absolutely incredible.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
I am an outdoor photographer, a wildlife filmmaker, and a conservation storyteller. Penguin Beach is going to offer us this really unique opportunity to watch and pick up on the smallest of details in the penguins' lives. It's going to allow us the time to really get to know these penguins well, get to know their story, and get to interpret the little finer details and share that with you with a live TV show and get you to fall in love with penguins.
So Kujava is now walking straight west, and as she goes, she is sniffing every tree and scent marking. Definitely the boss of this territory. I'm hoping she might sharpen her claws as well when she gets to a few of the trees that she's used to sharpening her claws on. I'm very happy she did not spray us earlier. I'm doing my best to keep up with her. It is quite a thick area, but we are approaching quite a big open patch. And so that is what I am hoping she is going towards. Trying to be as delicate as I can with my off-roading. Right, there she is, scent marking again. And moving. Oh, she's heard something. Oh, she's completely changed direction. I wonder what she's smelling. So she's definitely taking us on a bit of an adventure today, and I am not complaining. Following a leopard is one of the most exciting things we can do out here, because they move so quickly and they can just be so fluid. If you were driving past now, you would never know that there was a leopard here. And she is definitely putting on quite a show for us today. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. That is amazing. You can see she's trying to rub her face on it before she sprays. She stood on something there as she went underneath that tree. That's a very interesting question. I don't think I've ever seen a lapwing mobbing a leopard. I've seen many other things mobbing leopards, but I don't think I've ever seen a lapwing do it. Interesting to note though. No, I don't think I ever have. I've often seen drongos going crazy with leopards though. She definitely knows her route. This is clearly one of the main paths that she uses. And these trees, you can understand why. They're all very, very large. And she's scent marking on very particular bushes and trees. Oh, look at that tail straight up. She is certainly making us work today, and I love it. Oh, wow. How is that for a shot? The white on the tops of her ears is actually quite faded. It's the first time I've seen the backs of her ears. Quite faded compared to some of the other leopards I've seen. Very interesting. I don't know if she was born with that or if that's just old age. She's really not that old. She was only born in 2014 or so. I would think it's actually a genetic thing. Maybe she was born with slightly less prominent tips on her ears. There is actually a road coming up, and quite a bit of a dip here, so I'm going to bump a little bit. Apologies. Here we go. Let me head around to the road because she is back towards the road. Bumpy, 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 bumpy. She's going to cross in front of us here. There we go. I think she might have one of the most beautiful forms in terms of her overall shape on a female leopard that I've ever seen. She's very sleek, but she's very muscular. I wonder what she's seen. Did you see that change in her tail with her body language? I think she actually picked up a scent, and that's what made her react that way. I think as she was walking past that bush, she got a whiff of something, and that immediate change where she stopped and lifted her tail. Oh, it speaks volumes. Yeah, she is going straight to this beautiful big open area. Let me try and loop around for us. Oh, that is a beautiful scene. Oh my word. There are some blacksmith lapwings right here. I'm making Darren work today as well from side to side. You can hear the blacksmith lapwings in the background, Yankov. Maybe we might change my history here and see some lapwings mobbing her. Now what I've just noticed as well, in the middle of this clearing, you can see how focused she is. The lapwings are alarming a little bit, but there is a herd of impalas in front of us, in between the bushes there, and that is what she has just seen. That is a lamb that is out to the front on its own. She is still quite a distance away, and there's a lot of ground to cover between here and there without being seen, but she is definitely interested, and those impalas are still completely unaware that she is here. Here you can see she sat down and she is calculating. In typical Kujava style, she is calculating. Look at the tip of her tail and how it's communicating. You can see it's slightly curled up, which shows she's interested, and every now and then it's twitching. So this is quite a delicate situation because it's an open area. If she does start moving forward, please just know I'm not going to be following her closely. I'd rather view her from a distance because the movement of my vehicle is going to make the impalas look towards her, and I do not want to advantage her or the impalas in this situation. And I definitely don't want to disadvantage anybody. So if she does start moving, we're going to view from a distance until I feel it's safe for us to move again without disadvantaging anyone. For now, simply calculating. She is sitting straight up, which means she knows she's hidden. And I'm quite comfortable sitting watching from where we are. Watch how those ears are scanning constantly. So luckily the wind is in her favor. Audrey, it really has been a wonderful drive with the leopards. We have been so lucky today. It's an absolute honor to be able to share them with you. Oh, she's moving. So what she's just noticed is one of the lambs is incredibly active and it's running around within the group, and that definitely caught her attention. She is very lucky. The position she's in, the wind is blowing from the impalas towards her. And you can see she is definitely trying to move as quietly as possible. So let's watch and see what happens. Watch those shoulder blades. So she is now in the open, but she's using the cover of small bushes to pause and watch. But you can see how she's flattened herself. She is coming up to a dead tree there that's fallen over. She's going to use that to her advantage. So she's just covered half of the distance between her and the impalas. Have a look at how close she is now. In this position, I am not willing to move closer because if we start, those impalas are going to look up. I would much rather have a wider angle view than messing this up for her. The light is fading very, very fast, so we might have to flick over to infrared just now. But for as long as we can, we will keep it like this. The impalas are still completely unaware. They are feeding, they're moving around. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze, don't get it right. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. Quite a lot of activity in the herd there. And have a look at how camouflaged she is. With this view, you cannot see her, but we know exactly where she is. So Darren's just getting the infrared light ready. We might not put it on right now. We want to make sure we have it ready for when we need it. And I really hope that you all appreciate the wide angle view. It is so beautiful to see it from the bigger picture instead of very, very close up and in the way, or potentially in the way, should I say. So she's using that cover very well. Her body is behind the trunk and her face is looking, she's actually looking in between those branches. So any movements of her ears are being covered by the movement of those branches. It's a very, very smart move. Okay, we're going to try and put the infrared light or attach it to the camera as smoothly as possible at the moment. You might see some movement on the camera, don't be alarmed. All of those things you can hear that sound like planes are actually dung beetles flying past. Okay, we are attached. Oh, beautiful sunset. Wow. So she still has not moved. And the impalas are still none the wiser. You can see them just carrying on with their feeding. Right. Now we have switched over. You can see the form of the impalas a lot better. There she goes. So she's using the very tricky light at the moment. This is the perfect time to hunt, where the eye is not sure whether it's night or day. Let's watch. She is so close. My heart is racing. Oh, they may have smelled her. No, back to feeding. I'm amazed. Oh my goodness, it's looking straight towards her. Notice, oh my goodness. How incredible is Kujava right now? They're looking in the opposite direction. looking this way, but it was actually looking more towards us there. Please don't get a fright. I need to clear my throat. So this shows you how impressive leopards are. To use that stalk and surprise technique. Getting so close. She's a few meters from them right now. I actually can't see her anymore, and I know exactly where she is in those bushes, but she's so well camouflaged I can't see a single part of her. She did that stalk up so smoothly to cover that distance in 2 equal parts. I'm not sure where the impala lamb is. I think it's in the middle somewhere. Oh, there's one there. They didn't get a big enough fright. They did an alarm call. They haven't seen her. I think the little lamb just gave them a fright. I've been holding my breath, and it's making me out of breath watching. That is incredible cover. You cannot see a part of her. Absolutely amazing. I should just disappeared. I agree with you. I think this is the ultimate showcase of a leopard's skills right here. I think she's probably calculating and waiting for the impalas to be fully relaxed. Maybe she's wanting to use that same termite mound they were on to use for maybe a slightly closer stalk. But they are starting to move off now, and so she's going to have to take her shot pretty quickly if she wants to use that opportunity. Well, the impalas look like they're kind of moving back again. So to give you an idea, it's not dark enough that with the naked eye I can't really see. So I'm relying entirely on the screen here. But she's, I think, waiting because now the impalas have the disadvantage. There's even less chance that they will see her in this light. This is unreal. Reese, she absolutely could take down an adult impala and she could pull it up the tree as well. I think at this stage she's probably more focused on the lamb of the group because there was one that was being very energetic. But she is definitely more than capable of taking down even an adult male impala and hoisting it up the tree. For her, it'll probably be easier to go for a lamb because they're not as experienced as the adults. So they might confuse easily and run in a different direction. Or, she's also got to think about her cub and the fact that there are hyenas around, and so it's easier for her to hide a kill that is smaller. There's also less chance of a big struggle and getting injured if she goes for one of the lambs instead of one of the adults. That being said, if an adult presents itself much closer than the others, she might go for it. I really thought that when they were up on that little mound and she was so close that she was going to go for it. From Chitwa Dam. The impalas are increasing the gap slowly, but there's still quite a bit of cover between them and her. But it looks like quite a lot of them are looking up now. It looks more like a periodic check than anything like they normally do in the dark when they're feeding. But you just never know. I can tell you that I'm incredibly happy that we stayed here at this distance to watch this all play out. I keep thinking I see movement, but I think it's my brain because I want to see movement. My eyes are seeing movement. Realistically, I still can't see any part of her. I can't believe how quickly she covered that first half of that distance. She did not take long at all. She was just so practiced in her stalking that they didn't even notice. Really shows you how soft those pads of her feet are. Okay, so I know it is getting a little bit dark at the moment. We will see what we can do, but for now it seems like she has not moved yet from those bushes. I'm wondering how long it'll take her. Sometimes a leopard hunt can take 2 minutes. Sometimes she can be this close and take 2 hours, but it certainly looks like all the impala's heads are up. You can see the eyes reflecting. Alright, we're going to wait here for a little while longer and just see what happens. Hopefully Kujava manages to find herself some dinner.
As a naturalist, it's really important that I stay up to date and up to breast with what's happening in the wild and in the world around us. The WildEarth app helps us do that and helps us stay abreast with the live interactions of animals every day. We're going to be here at Stony Point bringing you the African penguin story, and we'd love to see you on the app. See you on the beach.
The little one is up and about. Certainly hasn't had enough milk at this age. No amount of milk is enough. Oh, Corky. Too sweet. Oh, look at this. That is stunning.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
I've been a guide for just over 20 years. Started my career in the Lowveld of South Africa, and it's become full circle, and I'm back here today, and I'm extremely grateful for that. My favorite animal is hands down elephants. I'm a family man, and the way the family is structured in elephants, it resonates with me, and therefore I've chosen elephants. My favorite activity out in the bush is to track big game. It gives you the opportunity to learn about their behavior in much more depth than just observing them. My favorite sighting at WildEarth was where the Talamati bride was trying to hunt buffalo in this beautiful, misty, foggy morning. The whole setting was just so surreal, and it intensified, culminating in a near successful hunt. One of the main reasons I became a guide in the first place is to share this wonder with people, and now I get to do it with a much wider audience.
Okay, so after some very careful maneuvering in a very long loop in the opposite direction, I've managed to edge a little bit closer so we've got better access with the infrared light. The impalas have heard something, I don't know what, off to the left. So she's on the right where that bush is. She's somewhere there. We haven't seen her in a while, but they've heard something to the left. It sounded like something walked past, but quite heavily. Possibly another impala. I did see a separate male impala. And we're really not sure where she is at the moment. She's somewhere in those thickets. I can hear the hippos. I don't know if it's my eyes or not, but I think I see movement on the right. Vicky, I agree. I think Kujava has definitely got this. I don't know if we will actually end up seeing it. It can take so long for a leopard to make the final decisions. She's done the groundwork and the legwork to get really close. And now it all comes down to fine-tuning. And fine-tuning is the hardest part. It really, really is. She's got to make sure the wind is still with her, that they can't see her, they can't hear her, and she's got to be able to get close enough. Because remember, an impala is actually faster than a leopard. She's got to make sure she's close enough in this open area that when she jumps and they see her, she's close enough that she can grab one before they run. And for a leopard, that could be anywhere from right on top of them to about 10 meters, probably maximum, in an open area. It's a male impala, that's what I was hearing earlier. There's a male impala that's trying to almost herd them, I think. It sounded like a rutting call. Now, if she is going to move, this is probably her chance to while they're all walking away. They're walking up to the left of the open area. So I'm sure she will end up moving sometime very soon to follow them. So they haven't moved that far. It looks like they have because of the infrared light, but they're actually just to the left here. And there's a lot of cover between her and them still. And she can use this to her advantage. So this is one of the biggest games of patience you can ever play in the bush, is watching a predator stalking. And Kujava could change in a second. She should run, well, you know, she could run in a second. In a flash it might be over, but she could also be here for 3 hours. And I'm hoping we get to see some action before the time comes that the drive ends. But you just never know. The impalas have not moved further, just to update you. They are still just to the left. I wonder if she's not sitting somewhere just behind one of these bushes watching them. She might not be flat on her stomach anymore if they've moved further off. That's the male impala again. He'll do that to discipline the females. If one of them gets too far away, he'll chase them and make that noise. He might also make that noise to show dominance if there's any other males around. There, the impala's there. Still just standing and feeding behind this marula tree. I'm not sure if she's behind that bush or behind one of these. Oh, there we go. Darren, you biscuit, that was amazing. There she is. Kujava, the ultimate huntress. Yeah, she's definitely looking around quite a lot. She is standing. From the height of her eyes, she's standing. It looked like the shape of her back as well. And I think she's calculating to move very soon. Where the impalas are walking to, what makes this tricky is they're actually walking diagonally left and away from her. Oh, there's a scrub here. Oh my goodness. But they're walking diagonally left and away from her, and that is, unfortunately, if they keep going that way and they loop a little bit backwards, they're going to be downwind of her where she was downwind of them the entire time. So I think she needs to... Well, she probably knows she needs to make a decision pretty quickly, because with the wind direction changing, she might... Oh, there she comes. She might struggle with the wind direction changing now. Or the advantage anyway changing. Oh, she is beautiful. Isn't it amazing how with the infrared light, when she's not looking at us, when you can't see the reflection in her eyes, you can see how well she camouflages. I imagine how the impalas are feeling at the moment. they can't see infrared like the camera can. So they're seeing darkness and some shapes. She's moving very fast. Her tail is still mostly down. So they definitely haven't spotted her. I don't hear any alarm calling. She's flattening herself again. Now bear in mind, Darren and I are sitting in total darkness, so we cannot see with the naked eye where the impalas are right now. But she is covering ground like an absolute beast. Okay, so the impalas are somewhere here to the left. Based on where she is, just trying to judge off the camera, she's maybe now 30 meters away from them. And now it's time to reevaluate. Leslie, your comment makes me so happy. I'm very glad that I get to share something like this with you after 2.5 years of watching, and you get to see something as special as this. I can very honestly tell you it's the first time that I have seen it as well like this, because we don't equip the normal game viewers with infrared. So most of my career I've guided guests on the back of my vehicle, and we certainly don't interfere with the spotlight, so you sit in darkness and can't really see what's happening. It's the first time I've seen this from start to where we are now, from relaxing to stalking and covering that distance. Oh, that impala thinks it's seen something for sure. And she is still sitting in those bushes, it seems. That's why she stopped. I think the impala looked at her. Oh my goodness. Wow, that's amazing. A leopard has just popped up on the dam cam. It is a leopard day all round, a very, very special one. I think for myself and Darren at the moment, we could not have asked for a better first time meeting Kujava. I'm honestly blown away. She is definitely my leopard here. I don't think I will see something like this again for quite a while, if ever again, from start to where we are. Absolutely unreal, and unfortunately it is getting to that time of the evening where we're going to have to start saying goodbye. And as much as we may not, well, you never know what's going to happen in the next few seconds, but we may not see the end of this tonight. I feel like everything we've seen up until now could not have been any more perfect. So thank you so much for sharing that with me, for sharing Sasha with me and Mulwati with Rex, and just an absolutely incredible afternoon. I really think we have been so spoiled on leopard luck today. And I don't know what's going to play out here, but we'll definitely have to stick around and see what happens and come back in the morning. Maybe she's had some luck. But until then, it seems like she has settled, and I think she's going to take her time calculating. Please join us tomorrow morning. Hopefully we have an update for you. And thank you again so much for joining us this afternoon. It was fantastic.
Join me after the Sunset Safari on the 22nd of December, where I'll be explaining all about our new conservation NFT project. You'll be able to ask questions, and I'll be able to set out the whole plan of what we're trying to do. This will be the opening of our pre-sale window. Don't miss it. It's only for registered